Awesome. Here we are. We are live. Zoom in just a little bit. How is everyone doing today? Oh, wow. We're starting off strong today. How's everybody doing today? It's Eagle Spire Gaming, and today we're working on, let me try to get that just a little bit different, maybe. I don't know. And today we're working on this thing here. This lovely little ruins of a building. And yeah. Thanks everybody for being here so early. Wow, no, this is a strong start. We don't normally start this good. How's everybody doing? Let me know where you are, what you're working on, who's in here. See, Legio Mortis and Francois are starting off a little bit earlier than everyone else. I got my drink. I got some regular water too, just so I can stay hydrated, because soda apparently isn't liquid. I don't know how that works. I got some tools. Got some more tools, I got some parts, and I got a bunch of stuff. So let's Scott Long, good seeing you again. It feels like it's been a while. Maybe it's been a week. I don't remember. My memory is poop. I'm doing great. I had surgery last week, right after, like the next day after the stream, and had the scar from my thing revised. So I can't bend all the way, but we're gonna just work with what we got there. So let's talk about this, where we're at. I'm terrible at introductions and stuff. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like something's supposed to be here in front of me right now. Can we all hear? Can we hear it? Test, test, test. Yeah, it looks like we can hear. The little light doesn't come up. Am I loud enough though? David's lurking, not interacting much. That's fine. Always good to have you in here. So I think, yeah, let's tell you where we're at. So last we left off, I had been working on this. I had a little bit different of a thing going on with it. We were working on this side mostly, and what we had working there was I was going to make this 6x6, and I remeasured. And it turns out 6x6, that fell off. Not good. 6x6 is too big for what we're going for, so we shortened it down. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up, guys. Appreciate it. So we were going to do 6x6. Now we're doing 5x5. And I was using... I can't bend. I can't stretch. I was using these as like my anchor points that I was going to connect it with. I was going to have that sit flush down at the bottom, and it was going to sit on top of it. And I thought, I don't know, I'll have bits of plastic card in there or something, and it would go like this. But it was coming out the wrong size and stuff, and it, you can see there. And what we ended up doing is I pulled all that all apart, and I cut this piece out, and I used these guys. I use these things here to kind of, tie it in and get it going so that it could, I don't remember exactly how I had it. I think it was like this. And you know what? I'm probably missing one. I probably had like that one there and more over. And it looks like these don't fit anymore. And what happened, because they slide in a little bit, right? But I use that to map this out and cut this to size and get this the way I wanted it. And then with that, I'm able, and they're not going to fit in anymore because it compresses a little bit. These edges would be under it. So I cut this out, and then I cut these little chunks out to kind of make it, I realized, I don't want this to be a flat square. So I cut those out and put them in, and then I'll bridge that. And then the next idea was, well, this is going to be kind of wobbly and stuff. I don't want that. So in came another piece of plastic card. This one's about as thick as these guys, except it's really, I tested the sizes, what fits in here. I didn't worry so much about this size. It just worked out that they're about the same size. Because there's a bit of a gap in there, and there's a bit of a gap in these, and that gap is slightly different, but they're about the same, so it works. So I pushed them together, and then I sat it down on this thing here, on another piece of plastic card. This one's a little bit thinner. This one's about half the size, half the thickness is this top piece, half the thickness of these guys at least. And because I want it to be kind of, more to the ground so that it can blend in with the table when you set it on the table. And then I cut out these bits because I didn't want this to sit on it like this. If it sits on it like this, how do I? Let me move you guys. If you get motion sickness, close your eyes for a second. Look away. All right, so here we go. Right, so it's not sitting on top of it where off the table it's going to have this gap or anything. I cut into it, so it's going to have that, right? And that means that there's not really, it kind of sits flush and everything. It's kind of good. I like it. But that means that it's not going to be snap back in. There we go. It's not going to be there's nowhere to really glue it together. So what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to take bits of sprue, right? And I'm going to put them along the bottom, and then I can glue the sprue to the board, to the plastic card, and the sprue can also glue to this. So it'll act as like a brace or a wedge or whatever. I don't know what the proper term is. I'm not a scientist. It won't be this piece. This piece is garbage for that. This piece is going to be great for something else that we're going to do. So I'm still going to end up using these, which is nice because, I had this idea that I would be using these for this, and it turns out I was not wrong. I just thought I was for a little bit. Let's see. Scott's finishing off watching this movie. Then he's going to carry on painting his 3 Legio Calascati Reaver Titans. I am not familiar with that Legio. Let's take a quick look and see what those guys look like. And I think I'm going to try and do something here real quick. See if I can't pull up a picture. Oh, these guys, the gatekeepers. Okay. These guys are red and cream. Like another Legio that I thought was red and cream. But I thought Artax was also red and cream. But I might have been wrong. Well, it says white, but it looks cream. Let me see. Maybe I can. I'm not going to mess with that. Let's go back to this. All right, and then I can only put on a single comment, but I'm coming at you live from Cadet Camp. Have a good evening. Cadet Camp? What is Cadet Camp? They look good. They do. Yeah, red and white. Okay. Yeah, I thought Legio Artax. What Legio am I thinking? There's Audax? Legio Audax, maybe? The Timberwolves? No, that's not the right one. Okay. There was another Legio that I think is also red and cream. Or at least there's another name. AJ is an Army Cadet. Army Cadet, is that like JROTC? Like he's not actually Army enlisted or anything? He's like, it's like a school thing? Because we had that. When I was a cadet, it was at ROTC. I was a cadet staff sergeant, which means nothing. And then in real life, I became an actual staff sergeant. We're going to Scout Titan and a Reaver for your own. Send pictures you're working in the Discord when you're done, if you would be so kind. Yes, please. Do that for everyone, not just for David. So, my next idea here is I want to be able to... Let's talk about it this way. So I want to have like find the piece I want to use for it. No, don't drop down there because I'll never find you again. So I have these, and I don't know that it's going to be this or anything, but like, so the next thing I need to do is this is all going to be rubble at the top, and it's going to be rubble here, and it's going to be rubble around here, right? And I'm going to cut this. I'm going to cut this piece. It's not going to be these perfect triangles or squares, hard angles. It's not going to be these perfect hard angles. So I want to do this or something, right? So the rubble, it'll kind of like comes up at an angle. My original idea would have been more sloped coming up the angle, but I decided against that because it just wouldn't. It'd be a very hard slope, and people wouldn't be able to put models there. So I want people to be able to put models at each step of the way. So I'll do it like this, and then I'll need to wall off this section. So if I glue this now to this, I'm going to have a hard time getting into the insides here. Army Cadets are a youth organization here in the UK. Okay, so maybe closer to Boy Scouts than to actual like JROTC, where it's a school program or something. And I don't say that to diminish anything in any way. I'm just trying to like place it in like where it fits, what it's like. But yeah, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on this way. I'm not going to put it on here yet. So I can take it off. And as I build it, I'm kind of going to have to build it upside down like this, right? And really, let's just leave it like this for now. I think that'll work. You might be seeing these marks and wondering what's going on there. Well, before I cut off this section, because this piece was longer, I wanted to see how far out does this corner, where does this corner meet, so that I would have an idea and I'd be able to leave a gap around it. I realized I didn't do that with this side, but it kind of meets. It might meet a little bit off, but whatever. So let's put that there. I don't need this anymore. And I just broke this one. So this whole like plan of having these things on here didn't really work to the extent I wanted it to. I don't even know where this went. Not even there. It's not as important anymore because these braces are less important now because it's going to be connected at the top and at the bottom. So really, I don't need to have that there. And I probably won't put that back. So we'll see how that works. But I think what I'm going to do here is maybe I do need to work from the top down. I need to work from the top down and bottom up. The bottom up, then the top down, and then back to the bottom up. All right, so in my head, this would kind of fit here. And I don't really need it to go back that far. So maybe I don't really need it to go forward that far either. It could kind of come up this way and then kind of slope down. Really, it only needs to be there. So maybe I'll cut here. Let's do that. Let's measure it like this. And then I can cut it. And I need a pencil. Lights to the buildings? No, I wasn't. No, there. Okay. I wasn't going to add lights to the buildings. It's a ruined building, so the buildings don't really matter. You mean like actual light? Ooh, what if I did a smoke machine? No. I mean, I could probably hide a battery in this thing and then have it all wired up to have like a little red flame flickering on in it. That'd be cool. Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to have to like go to a hobby store, get some lighting, and figure out some stuff. But I could probably do like a little bit of smoke rising from the building with like a soft red glow to it and have it look like it's a little bit of a fire that's still going. I could do that because there will be, in these corners, there's going to be a bit of gap. And that corner will be here. So I could like hide a battery in there. Use magnetize the red lights with button batteries. Yeah, button. Yeah. You know what? I need to look through it. At some point a long time ago, for some reason, I think it came with a Kickstarter I was in. I got these little pucks that are meant to be used. They're little light up pucks with a remote control, and you can change the lighting on them, and you can probably like make them strobe and stuff too. And the idea was that they could be objective markers. and you set them down, and then you point this remote at them, and you're like, now you're green because the other guy owns you, and now you're blue because I own you, and now you're red because a third player, I guess. I don't know. So I need to go find those, and maybe we can make something work with that. Or I could use them to make some interesting objectives. Because right now they're just pucks that light up, but they could become pucks that light up and have like objective-y stuff on them too. So they light up the objective stuff. Where is my song? We had 9 people in here when I started the stream, and I was like, oh, fun. And now like 5 of them are gone. Half of them are gone, I guess. I guess they were interested. I must have left because I was too excited for them. I was too excited. So what do you do in Army Cadets? Oh, that's right. Adrian's not going to be responding. Ah, cool. Cool. All right, so this one can go here, and that'll cover that. And I already have this little lip here, and I think I'll try to keep it where it kind of sits there. But the real trick is, like, I need something for it to kind of sit on. So maybe, and over here, I now have one spot, and I guess I could kind of like do some stages to it. So maybe I get like an L shape for the last one, and I just kind of have this here, and then kind of like, rise up slowly, or even I could still use this for here. And you know what else I have that I could use? I have a bunch of bases. A bunch of bases I'm never going to use. And I could use those if I could figure out where they are. Oh, they're right here. That was easy. So I can just kind of stack these things up and problem solved. Scrap all of these. Ooh, there's some goodies in here. I got a couple of pieces of this. I got that one. That's an Allen key. What is this supposed to be? That doesn't help us. Ooh, there's a little beam. And grab this last one too. All kinds of there's 2 of them there. All kinds of interesting stuff. So maybe we can build up something with that. Oh, Gale Force 9 still makes this stuff because I do like using it. Maybe this. Okay. Pretty much what the Army do: fieldcraft, drill, shooting, map reading. This from age. Yeah, it sounds like Scouts. Maybe hard. Maybe more hardcore than Scouts, but well, drill and shooting isn't something that you could do. Not so much the drill though. They do like camping, and they'll do map reading and knot tying, and which I feel like knot tying is kind of fieldcraft. Okay, so maybe I can do something like that. So let's go right here. Section attacks. Okay, so more more military stuff than Scouts does. Scouts was in. I was having a conversation with somebody a while ago, one of the Scout people, and I think they were telling me that like, oh yeah, Scouts was originally to like prepare people for the military or something. I don't know. Or maybe they were saying Scouts is a good segue. A lot of the Scout people end up in my area, at least, they end up going and becoming the firefighters and stuff. They end up doing that stuff. So that might be what he was saying. Um, he's actually the scout leader in my area is actually the lead firefighter guy too. So he's always talking about like, oh, it's a great segue. You know, a lot of the people come to the volunteer firefighting office through scouts because it's a great segue or however he says it. How about I do it that? No, I don't want to do that. If they want a military unit for radio scout, oh, cool. So I'm thinking I go like this. I made it a little bit too high. I cut off too much. Let's do it like that. And then instead of it only covering the edge, it kind of covers more of it. That's good. Okay. So what I need to do, I'm going to prep this surface a little bit more because it's kind of chopped right there. Armies on parade. I'm assuming that David is talking about, there you go. There's a video of the toys he's painted over the year. 2025, he let members from the Discord send in pictures of their work. Yes, I will do that again. It's going to be smaller this year, though. What have I done so far? It's going to have the tiles, which is going to be huge, right? Like, that's going to take up the entire board, you know. Commentary for that will be fun. Like, oh, today's army is on the entirely new streets, newly painted streets. But this year I've painted the Warlord Sinistratum, painted the Warlord Sinister, and I painted was the Direwolf this year. I think that was a late addition to last year's parade. I painted nothing for the traders. I painted the Arvis Lighters, the Marauder Destroyers, the Shadow Swords. I think that's it. I think that's all I've painted. Like so far. Four Layman Rust Vanquishers and four Layman Rust Plasma Cannons. I can't remember which one it ever is. So it's a very short parade. And that's because the weather, you know, like all summer, I was slow. I was slow in painting in the beginning of the year. It just, you know, was slow to start, but slow to start the beginning of the year, and then slow to start from the beginning of the year, followed by let's use the good stuff. Followed by summer, not really being able to print. After we got to the summer, I had to do the tiles, which take a long time. So you know, we're still painting those. So yeah, I do a parade. So I do a parade. Scott, you can find it. It's on there. Beginning of the year. I also did one last year. The beginning of the parade for last year, the parade we did this year for last year was a huge parade. My goodness, so much stuff was painted. All right, I may have messed this up. Okay, we're just going to do it this way. All right, so we glued this brace down. It's not exactly braced the way I want it to be. I feel like if I need to like do the whole sprue goo thing. That would probably help me out. That would probably be really beneficial right now. I could probably just jab that in there a whole bunch. But I don't have that, so I won't be using it. Let's see. You need to join the Discord again as your original phone broke. Oh, yeah. Where's the... Let me see. I think I've got an invite I can send you. Let's see here. There you go. New weapon series. Oh, which one? What are you going to be building? Or do you magnetize it? Magnetizing is a good way to go, but, you know, if you know me, you know I don't magnetize. I got a bunch of pieces down here that might be helpful. So maybe I could use something down here. I'm not supposed to be stretching my arm out like that. And will that work? I feel like that works. I didn't mean to do something else, though. All right. Let's give this a try real quick. Okay. All right, now that I've got that working, I'm going to let that dry for a bit. I'm going to slide this over here. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at some other pieces I have that I want to put on here because I really want to add a bunch of details from various kits and pieces that make it clear that this is a structure that has collapsed as opposed to a bunch of stuff I slapped on and it's, you know, a bunch of extra pieces that I added to something and now it doesn't look right. And I don't know how to I want it to not look like a soda can. I want to add enough stuff to make it look like I'm not giving them here. I want to add enough stuff to make it obvious that it is not a soda can that has a few pieces sticking out of it. I need to add enough stuff that it no longer looks like a soda can with some pieces. It has so many pieces that it is not pieces anymore. And to do that, what I need is where this floor sticks out, beams would be visible. This kit has these, there's these beams and stuff that would be visible in there. So I need to fill that in. And I think I'm not going to use nothing but beams from, I'm not going to use too many pieces from this kit to do that. I'm going to make my own little beams, but I need a reference. Now, I'm not worried about these floors and stuff. I'm not worried about the floor having that look to it because the floor is going to be covered. It's going to be absolutely covered in stuff. So there's no need to worry about like these lines and stuff. Not going to be an issue. Not going to worry about it. What is this stuff on it? That's weird. So I'm also going to use a little bit of this stuff. Just a little bit. What I think I'm going to do then is, again, what I don't want to do is I don't want this piece to like use up an entire box of stuff, I'm trying to get more kits out of beams. Trying to get more uses out of a kit as opposed to less uses. Make multiple things. So I don't want to just take these and like make my entire wall out of it. So I'm gonna homebrew it a little, and that means I need some space. So I think where I am right now, I don't think I need any of this stuff yet. Think of it. So let's see what I got over here. There's a big pile of stuff that I kind of threw to the side, and I think what I need is in there. I think this stuff is like for train kits, like model train kits, which is cool. It'll help us get what we need. That's too thick. That side's the right side. That side's too thick. That's what we need, not that. Welcome, Scott. You missed me saying beans and beans a whole bunch. That is the correct way. Oh, all right. None of those are what I needed. Let's see what's down here. All right, I have something somewhere that is going to be perfect for this. The question is, where is it? Is that it? Nope. What is all that? Oh. Bags upon bags of stuff. This stuff. Oh, that's curved. This one? That's the same thing. Huh. Well, this is going to be a little unfortunate. I don't have the right stuff. Okay, well, we're going to have to make it. We're going to have to make what we need. Okay. I think I know what to do. I think the solution to my problems is to not run it lengthwise like this. I think what I need to do is run it like this. And then all I have to do is cut a tiny piece off. If I cut a tiny piece here, like that, then I'll have exactly what I need. It just won't be able to stick out very far. So maybe not like that. Maybe let's do this. Have I not seen the plastic and I-beams? I see the I-beams, but it's not I-beams that I need. I need just a beam. Are you talking about these? Oh, no. See, that's just a strip. Are you talking about these ones? These ones? These are way too big. This is the I-beam. Yeah. Rotating it so you can see that I'm not lying. There's the I-beam. But it's just too big. Much too thick. Maybe this one. Maybe this will work. It might be too thin though. I could use this. That's good. That's about the size I was going for. Much thicker than I was anticipating. Yeah. For your hero, could you not use the cans of exploding foam? Do they do smaller scale I-beams? Yeah. I don't have the smaller scale I-beams though. I'll probably make use of it. No, it might be too big. It might be too big. It might not be worth using at all. I was thinking I could use it for support and stuff. I could use the foam, exploding can of foam, expanding can of foam. The Titan Bay sounds fun too. I might use that. It's just gonna. It might add way more work. I guess I could use it. I could just foam it, and then all I have to do is foam it, and then I have to carve into it. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much. I don't need I-beams though. I need. It's just a beam, right? Like I'm trying to copy this. What I'm trying to copy right now is this little bit here, and that's not really an I-beam. It's just a beam. It's just a solid beam. Yeah, cut into the foam. I would have to. I'd have to seal it somehow. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure if I try to prime that, it would end up. Being very. It would melt or something. Where do I get that from? Hardware store? Matchsticks or wire mesh? I do have wire mesh. I don't know if that does what I need it to do. I've got it though. Not sure how to use it. I got a bunch of this stuff from a friend. And then I just put it in place and then glue around it. Glue everything else to it. I mean, I'll probably use this to help make I'll use that to make the frame of everything. Not the frame, but like the slope and everything. And I'll use, I'll put this stuff to have something sturdy under it. And then that'll go on top. And then everything else will go on top of that. Mesh looks cool. And then I'll have, oh wait, is that what you're saying? Are you saying have the mesh come out the sides? Match. Wait, Matt? I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. Let me think for a second here. That's a little bit bigger, but that's fine. That doesn't matter. Okay. I'm going to go ahead with this plan. Bird feeder mesh is awesome for rebar. Okay, cut some of the strands out and you got your rebar. Alright. It's not a bad idea. I am worried about how easy it is to bend. Will it bend when I'm trying to... After I've built it, will it bend when I touch it? Also, what's going to glue... How do I glue it down? What kind of glue? Like, I guess I need PVA to glue that. As opposed to super glue. Mesh can be manipulated. Bird feeder mesh is awesome for rebar. Mesh can be manipulated. Yeah, I know. I think of that. That would add to the effect. Super glue. Yeah. Super glue. So not plastic cement. I've got some super glue. Got a very small amount of super glue. What about PVA glue? Super glue would be better. Yeah. Yeah, I figured plastic cement. Plastic cement works by melting. Let me. I really need like something slightly bigger than this. This thing scale. All right, let's do. You won't get a strong bond. Oh, okay. PVA will not work. Okay. All right, let's do. Let's do this. How do I keep cutting? How do I get deeper? Come on. Probably should have just used a knife. Okay. I mean, it's not really enough. Let's. What did you do with this? Okay. Why is it? I don't like the way this is cut into, and all these weird angles. Let's just do this. Let's just go. Okay, I think I see what he's doing. All right, I'm just gonna do it like this, and then I will cut what I need from that. So, cut the mesh into random shapes. Random shapes? Can you not sandwich the mesh between two pieces of glass card? Yeah, that's what I was thinking I'd do. So I'm wondering if I want to do this and... All right. So what if I do them in conjunction, right? I could cut this piece and make a couple of things and then have this in addition to it. Like, does that work? Does that work as an idea? Or, blending the two things together? Or does that make it too much? Is too much going on with it like that? David, I do appreciate that you stopped lingering long enough to give me the solid advice of super glue. Right. So let's just cut across here. I've got some random shapes up at the top already. Can I just hack into this? Oh, I can. Oh, I really can. Look at that. Okay, we use that go. The rebar will be exposed inside the destroyed concrete. Is that... Line the card with mesh. Cut the mesh into random shapes. The rebar will be exposed inside the destroyed concrete. Okay. So what I really need to do here, let's cut that like that. Boom. And then what I kind of need to do is go up like that. The rebar will be exposed inside the destroyed concrete. That way you could angle the damaged section of the floor using a rebar to support the floor pieces. Okay. Okay, that's what you're saying. Well, that gives me a good idea. I see. Well, it's your idea, I guess. I'm worried that it will not. I'm worried that it'll move, right? Like the pieces will move after I'm worried that this stuff will move as I'm setting models around. I bump into something and it pushes it. So yeah. So far, it looks like this. So far, it looks like this. And what I did was I cut out this piece of plastic card to fit in super glue and the card. When you say card, are you saying plastic card, more plastic card? So the plan is to, and I got this. So this little, I've created this little contraption to stick up there and kind of brace that. And I realize now that I've got that little bit there. But that's fine. So the plan is to mesh it in between, to mesh the mesh in between two pieces of plastic card. All right, am I going to be able to glue the plastic card? What mm is the card? Oh, I have no idea. Thick. It's whatever. It's about this thickness. It's about the thickness of this piece here. Here's my ruler. I don't think my ruler is going to go small enough. Oh, I guess it will. All right. So what is that? I don't know, 16th of an inch? Is that a 16th? A 32nd of an inch? I can't tell. Let's see. So that's half an inch. It's quarter of an inch, 16th of an inch. So yeah, about a 32nd of an inch. If that helps you. Maybe. I can try. Yeah, what's the it just says M. That just says M, right? It says 3M. That's not a meter. That's not 3 meters. So what would that be? It's not 1/8 of an inch. Each little dash is an mm. A little dash is an mm. That's a meter? It can't be. I thought a meter was much taller. Millimeter. Each little dash is a millimeter. Well, what's the big dash? What's that number 2? What's that 2? And that's 3 and 4. 5. This is 1/10 of whatever these things are. Yeah, meter's about 3 feet. So I knew that couldn't be a meter. I don't know why it says 3M though. So it's a millimeter. So it's a 1/10 of a millimeter. Ooh, kilometer or something. Centimeter. Okay. So each little dash is a centimeter. So there's 10 centimeters to a millimeter, I guess. It's weird then that it doesn't say mm. It says M. If I go out to 3 feet. If I go out to 3 feet, it doesn't line up to. All right. Yeah, so that's an inch is about 2.5 centimeters. Okay. Yep. Just slightly more. 2.6 centimeters ish. So yeah. Why does that say? Oh, 10 feet, 3 meters. Okay. That's telling me what the total thing is. That's what that. See how it says 10. See, it says 10 feet. 10 feet, 3 meters. I was like, dude, why is it telling me? That's telling me this measures out to 10 feet or to 3 meters. I was like, dude, that doesn't make any sense. Why is it telling me? Why is it worded this way? Okay. All right. So I think I got all this mesh I need there. Okay. My tape. Oh, I see where Evil Cuz is telling me that my tape measure is 3 meters long. Okay. I missed that somehow. 1/8 of an inch, millimeter. Okay. Cool. Thanks, guys. Sorry, I'm so hard at figuring out when. 1/16 of an inch is roughly equivalent to a millimeter. Okay. All right. So. Okay. So. We got this little guy here. I'm just very married. Why you gotta do that, man? No, I just missed where you. That wasn't an American thing for me to miss what it meant. I completely missed the feet part too. I didn't realize that it was telling me the feet was that way either. All right, so if I do like this, and then I glue it like that, and then I need to kind of cut into that a bit, and I can do that, and then I can kind of put like a little bit there. And you're saying I got to sandwich it in there? I don't feel like it'll hold like that, but I can certainly try. Okay, well, I got the super glue, so let's do that. Not understanding decimal measurements at all. I understand them. I just didn't understand what it's telling me. I understand that 10 equals the next highest thing, and I understand that the 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 root where they come from is if you have enough of them, I think it's 40,000 of them equals the either this it's their circumference around the equator, or maybe it's from the equator to the pole of Earth. So it's meant to be a universal measuring system. I just don't understand where they are, what they are on my ruler. And I know a meter is about 3 feet because I know I'm about 2 meters tall and everything. But like then come over here, see, in this tape measure, there's 3 feet, and that's only 90. So I mean, I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that 10 meters, not 10 meters, a meter, which is 100 of these other guys, 10 or 100, I guess it's saying, well, it's saying 100. I wouldn't say that a meter is about 3 feet. I would say that a meter is about 3 feet, 3 inches. So whoever's been saying it's about 3 feet is off by about 3 inches. 100 centimeters? Is it, and then it's centimeter, millimeter, meter? If you look at your tape measure, the top is inches, the numbers on the opposite side are centimeters, but the dashes in between each centimeter are millimeters. Okay. Okay, so centimeters, it goes meters, centimeters, millimeters from largest to smallest. Not understanding decimal measurements at all. It's not that I don't understand them, it's that I don't know where which one is. Because this doesn't tell me whatever. It's not important. It's not important. It's a legacy from being under British rule. The French won the measurement war. Yeah, no. What do you mean not in America? The French, okay, the French won the measurement war everywhere but in America? Sure. Okay, that's what you're saying. But yeah, no, we started off doing what everyone else was doing. We started off just like everyone else, measuring things in feet and inches and miles. You guys used to do that. And then somebody was like, no, 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 let's do it better. And I think it was, and like you said, it was the French. Put that there. And put, this does not feel like it's holding already. This is gonna sticky. I don't think I was ready. I made a right mess of that. Well, I don't think I'm measuring any parts for my hill. That whole measuring thing was all because Evil Cuz wanted to know how big the plastic art was in the center of the hill. Okay, so now I need to definitely let that dry for a minute, and I don't even think it's sitting down the right way. I don't like working with this. This is not fun. There we go. All right. Cut some irregular shapes in the exposed mesh that overhangs the edge. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm gonna cut that up. I'm gonna cut that up later. I wanted to. I wanted it to be larger so I could work with it first. But then once that dries, I'll cut into that and then I'll add some bits to it and stuff. That's going to take a while to do. So let's get back to. How do I do this? Okay, so I'll cut irregular shapes into it, and then I might as well do this piece next. Come down here, maybe. Rust it up when painting. Once that's done, it'll look amazing. Trust us. All right. You know, sweet. Okay. So I'm gonna try to glue these pieces there. I'm gonna trust you guys. This is really weird to glue. I think a hot glue gun would be beneficial to go back over this with. It's fiddly, but the results are great. Rust it up when painting. Yeah. I haven't done a lot of rust on any of my paintings, so that'll be a new experience for me as well. Let's see here. This piece is not really gonna fit where I want it to. Or how I want it to, rather. I guess I could do that. Let's just cut there. Do that, and then do dark brown and small areas of Raza rust. Alright, so if I come like I feel like this was fitting differently. I'm gonna have to do something about that piece there. I'm sure it looks fine. Second thought. For barbed wire, I use security seal wire. Well, I'm not doing barbed wire. Ooh, but I could use barbed wire. Let's cut that little top piece there. I flattened it like a little pancake. Need to cut that piece off. Hashtag not bitter. About what? Oh, look at me. I'm a Scot. I have good ideas. I'm willing to share them. Oh, yeah. Scott's not wrong. I just finished making some board. Oh, man. Did I miss a bunch of stuff that you guys were saying? If you look at your tape, no, that's back to the tape measuring thing. Crown cut some irregular shape. Okay, yeah, I will be doing that. 15 bits in the result. It's fiddly, but the results look great. So not wrong. Just finished making some bar. Make looks good. Oh, okay, Scott. Dark brown. Security seal wire. 40-meter roll from Amazon. Okay. Perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for. I need like another hand though. I need something to kind of weigh that down right there. Yeah, I got all my useful junk for terrain out right now, and it was nicely put up on a shelf, and now is in the way of everything. Come on. This super glue is very chunky and doesn't want to cooperate properly. There we go. All right, and then I have to do the side that is under there, and I can't see anymore. Maybe I do. That's not going to be very easy to get to. What I can probably do, though, is cut this up here. Crash spaceship made out of an old vacuum. It was amazing, but I don't have the skill to look at something and go, oh, that would make a good X. I can rob ideas from the best of you. I would love to see a picture of this crashed spaceship made from an old vacuum. For you see, my vacuum recently broke. All right, we're going to go in with this. Oh, no, we're not doing that. Skip that thing. All right. Alas, I have no pictures of it. That's fine. I shouldn't have done that because now it's all right. Let's try from this angle. Some way or another, this is gonna fit. And maybe this is that way. There we go. Be awesome if it worked as a Hoover as well. Oh, that'd be cool. All right. Does super glue go bad? Oh no. All right. Cooling from pipelines, trees, and barbed wire. Yeah. Would be good to brainstorm ideas we can all use. Be awesome. Okay. You need bigger super glue? I don't know. This stuff's coming. It's coming out like little ghost poops. It's got me wondering if it's still good. I don't know. It says it's the original super glue. I don't know if that's accurate. The original super glue corporation gel. I don't remember where I got this stuff. Okay. So I'll let that dry for a minute, and then I will think up my next plan of attack. I think what I'm gonna do. Not quite sure. You can use a little water. It's either baking soda or more soda to set quicker. I think it's set. It's setting just fine. I just had to. It's just weird. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have to hot glue gun it a little bit to get it nice and solid. I think that'll help. Um, I need some means of which to. So, my idea here is all right. I guess I'm not using this rebar. Would have been a bit more on brand for the rest of how everything else looks, but it'll be fine. Um, I might need a little bit there, maybe. I don't know. Um. All right. So I got this top piece. I got the bottom piece. I need to fill that section still, and that's going to need some plastic art. So for that, I'm gonna flip it over, and all the barbed wire, all the mesh is gonna come down. Okay. I'm going to cut into this. Hey Jessica, I'm gonna cut into this to make it irregular and everything. Saliva. Oh yeah, yeah. You guys are always telling me to spit on everything. Okay. So I'm gonna cut it up a bit. It's not gonna look like this, but I want it to dry before I do all that. Um, so I need a little bit coming out this way. I mean, I almost need a ramp. I almost just need plastic card coming down. I'll build something up of this stuff with sprues so that I have somewhere. I need something to put glue on for the rubble to be glued onto. Right. That's what I need there. I also need something like that over here. And I kind of, maybe what if I go? What if I do this? Give me a second here. Oops. I go like this. All right, I got it flipped over. Tell me what you need to see. Tell me what you want to see on it. So over here, I'm thinking, what if I just like come down to here, yeah, and I just fill that in. And I can do the same thing over this way, where side by side, until it's just like a big slope coming down. Pipe cleaners work amazing for flame reflex and missile flames. Oh, cool. It has a base. Oh, wait. Are you asking if the base is important? So I think the base is important because I think without the base, it'll be kind of wobbly and stuff, right? I don't want to. It's kind of wobbly and it has a little bit of a twist to it, right? And I think a base would solid that up a bit. And with everything now glued in, like all that mesh glued in, I think wobbling it is going to cause that wobble from picking it up is going to cause the glue to bend and wear and break. So it'll be attached to the base. Yeah, it'll be attached to the base. And how I'm going to do that is I'm going to have I'll have some sprue at the base, glued to the base, glued to the model, and then I'll have more glue on that as I put the rubble on it. So it'll all be, yeah. And that's another reason I don't want it wobbling, because it's going to have a bunch of like this. You're not going to see this plastic card, maybe a little bit. Maybe you'll see a little bit of the plastic card, but once it's done, it's going to be mostly rubble and junk up there. So yeah, I think it needs the base. Small offcuts of plastic card glued to the ends of the ring. Yes, I'm gonna do that. That was I saw you say something similar enough to that where I originally was like, "Ooh, I had an idea," and then I was like, "No, wait, he was suggesting that already," or one of you was. I don't remember who. Yes, I think I might make a little ramp coming down over here, and then that would be. I think that'll be good. I think that's what I need to do. And that'll look like the floor collapsed entirely there. Whereas, have I tried melting screws with a lighter and then attaching while still hot? I have not tried that. I mostly because I don't know that I have a lighter. I think I have a lighter. I guess I do have a lighter for like cooking stuff, but we don't have a lighter for like. Never mind. Ignore me. Could use the damaged floor as a ramp. Yeah. Are you talking about like this? Damage this up and use this for a ramp? Or are you talking about like what do you mean damage floor for a ramp? I mean, yeah, this is gonna be part of the ramp. This side's not really having a ramp so much as it's having a step, I guess. So it looks more natural. Um, are you saying use this stuff? Use these guys? My thought was give me this. My thought was I make a ramp and then I put plastic guard on it, or I fill it in, and then I'll have some other stuff up there. Um, I was just going to use the sprue so that I could have some sprue. And my other thought was that I'd have that somewhere. I guess it's there. Over there. Doesn't really matter. But I'll make some small changes to that as well. So the concrete that has collapsed from the floor using the rebar that has bent down, forming a kind of ramp. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the idea. That's kind of what it would look like. But then I need to explain something to do with this wall section not being there. Well, I guess I'll have some bigger chunks there. So I'll have like a. So really, what I need to do is I need to have like a ramp coming to about here-ish. As it's like collapsed down. So I come down to like here, but it needs to be broken up and have the rebar under it. Or it just needs to be chunks of stuff, and then there would be some rubble on it because there's an upper level that this was a tall building that collapsed down into itself, right? So what I'll have is so what I'll do is I'm gonna build a short wall. I'm gonna build a short wall like this, right? And then I'll stack these guys up. It'll be covered in rubble, so it won't matter. Um, I'll stack this stuff up, and then I'll have, um, I'll come like this with it, right? I'll do this so that you can see a little bit of that, but I'll kind of hack it up a little bit, maybe. I kind of need to hack it up. I kind of need to hack it up a little bit because it wouldn't just collapse and stay without. It wouldn't collapse and stay entirely together, right? It would break up a bit. Um, and then I'll have I can't use this piece there. I'll use like one piece there because that part of the ceiling is still up there. Um, so I'll have that, and then I'll have some more rubble kind of spilling out the sides. Put some kind of rubble underneath the collapsed roof. Yeah, I'll have rubble under the collapsed roof and everything. Um, I like this plan. I like this plan. Um, My only thing is I'm gonna have to build this wall that I'm gonna come up with. I have to attach it to this because this has to be the last piece that goes on if I'm gonna hot glue gun everything. Or I hot glue gun things now. How do I? Hmm. I don't want it to be too much of a slope because I don't want it to be too big of a slope because then it would be. I don't want the models falling off of it, right? Do the rebar affect the ramp section too? Yeah. All right. So let's. That's still drying. That's still drying. So I can't edit this. I can't cut this up yet. Um, I'm going to build. I'm going to build the little section here. I'm going to build the little section here, and it will. I build this first, then I can come back and maybe I can attach it there. I don't know. I'm gonna build this first, and then I'll do the little ramp. That way, that the rest of this has time to dry. So let's find some pieces I got here. I would construct the ramp collapse section from plastic card. Okay. Yeah, I got some plastic card. I still have some of this is the stuff the same size as the no, but I need the same size as that, don't I? So maybe where is the rest of that? I think that's part of it. That's part of it. Yeah. If I cut this up, here. If I use this and this, that should cover. That should be enough to do the job, and then I can work from there. I'll make my little ramp that way, and I will. Yeah. Let's do. What if I cut? What if I slide this in? If I cut this up, stack it up, I can slide that into place, and then I can cut this up. I can slide this in, and then I can do. I can have that, and then I can come back, finish this stuff off. That's gonna go here, but I'm gonna edit that up a little bit. Like some of the concrete has been blown off, exposing the rebar. Yeah, yeah. So I'll cut this into some shapes and stuff, and I'll have the rebar under it. Um, just like I did, just like we did for the rest, just like we did for up here. Um, and then yeah. So if I come up. Is this gonna work? And then now I just cover it with stuff. Cover it with stuff, and it's fine. Yeah, I think. Sorry, I'm really bad at putting my thoughts together. How'd you guys like that battle report last week with the knights? When are you adding the crucified bodies? When we get crucified body models, maybe? When you say crucified, do you mean like on a wooden cross and everything, or are you just saying like the bodies that were sacrificed? Yeah, I'm not a trader. And the thing is, I want this piece to be usable for battles of anybody and not necessarily like when I make my terrain, and it doesn't matter so much for this piece because there's only traders versus loyalists. There's no Xenos, but like I don't want to make the big pieces of terrain specifically look like Tyranids were there, right? I want to make big pieces of terrain and then have Tyranid stuff that can be added to it, or orc stuff that can be added to it, as scatter terrain, so that you can have, the big clock tower or whatever works for whoever, but you add a few things and now it's orc. You add a few things and now it's Necron. You add a few things and now it's Tyranids that are there. So that's kind of when I make my terrain, that's kind of what I'm thinking of. Okay, so I think if I do this, I've not really done this much. I've done some cool stuff with terrain, right? I've done some cool stuff with bases and stuff. Not so much terrain. I've done some cool stuff with bases. But this is like I don't think I've done a big project like this in this way. And this is a small project in size and everything, but it's like a big project in scope and dimension and stuff, right? Like it's not okay. Can you do that too? This little piece here fits in right under there. Poor John. I think you need to let him win more. You want me to let John win? I can let him win, but he's not going to learn his lesson if I do that. Actually, I don't even know what he did wrong that match. Oh, wait. Okay, so he ran right up to me. So his plan was to grab the vital intel, turn 1, and run off with it right away. And he committed a lot of stuff to doing that. The thing is, that vital intel was 10 inches from my deployment zone. It might have even been less. The way the deployment zones were, like the way the deployment zones for that mission are, we were both very close to that objective. Like the front of each corner is very close to that. And I happened to decide I'm going to have my guns facing it. And he happened to decide I'm going to march my guns to this corner. So maybe that was a mistake. I would have left the 30 because those guns were the longest range. The Falcon and the Fellblade were the longest range weapons in the game that we had that game. I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah. I think the rapid fire battle cannon was the next longest range gun. So he had the power. He had the power to shoot me as I approached. He did not. If I wanted to add spider bots to my Trader Legio, how many of each box do you recommend? All right. I got all of my spider bots for Christmas from Crayola. And she's the one that uses them. Interesting. She got me 2 overlords and 1 of the small spiders. I would start 2 small spiders, 1 overlord. So stalker constructs. It's a stalker construct box, and it's the spider overlords. I have 1 box of stalker constructs is enough to. Sorry, 1 box of overlords is enough to run overlords. 1 box of stalker constructs is not enough to run stalker constructs. you end up with 2 butchers, and you have to run them in individuals, and you want to run them in larger groups. You might want to run them in larger groups. The Herpic Swarmers are pretty good. You can run them in a small unit or a large unit, but you can't run 2 large units. Evil Cuz is right. Maybe start with 1 of each, because you may decide you don't want to ever run. You may decide that is enough and you never want to touch those things again. But if that's the case, start with the constructs. I would buy 1 constructs. If you want to test how they are, buy 1. If you want to actually play with them, 1 Overlords, 2 Stalker constructs. I think for me to properly run Dark Mech, I need 2 or 3 more Stalker construct boxes, so that I can properly run a larger units of butchers. The archers are meh, and the Cyclops are way too expensive. Yeah. So let me see here. Serious question regarding the game. Okay, yeah. No, Scott, no matter how else what's are there. Traders toys. So the correct amount is done. Cheers. You may hate building them. Yeah, not one anymore. They are rough to build. Yep, Cradle played me on that one. How many is large? Yeah, 9. 9. You can have 9 butchers in a unit, which is pretty cool, because then you have 18 construct shields, which is nasty. I think Cyclops can be in larger units. You may not want them in larger units. They're not. They're 70 points, and they're like a gun. Like, oh, here, have a melta gun. It's not good. They're not good. Their weapon is fine if they just didn't cost so much, but you pay 70. You pay a stupid amount of points for them, and they really need to cost like half as much. If they cost half as much, then maybe even a little bit less, a little bit more of a discount, then I could see them. I could I would actually start fielding them. Oh yeah, Overlords take up a huge amount of room. They are massive. Yeah. Okay. So I think I can do that like that. I think that fits in. That's nice and snug in there. I don't like it. I changed my mind. I don't like it. I guess it won't matter. It won't matter. Feels like it'll matter though. Okay. I am not sure how I want to do this, because I want to work from the top down and then the bottom up. But to get from the top down, this is hard. This is not going the way I wanted to. You want to run spider bots, and AJ can run knights. Okay, yeah. I've not seen that matchup, because my knights and my spider bots are all evil. So we've not done it that way yet. How am I gonna do this, man? There's So spider bots are cheaper, cheaper than knights, but can be, depending on which one you're taking, can be useful. The archer's the big, the main gun on the archer is like 22, 25-inch gun. It's light AT, so it is going to be useless against 2-up armor save, but it can take down void shields, so that's nice. Because it has shield bane. So using against infantry kind of sucks because they're in, if infantry are where they should be, they're in a building, and then you can't do anything to them at long range. So you kind of want to have titans to go up against, so you have something for them to shoot. Really. Then you have the butchers. They can do damage in melee, but a lancer's probably going to wipe them out. But you'd have more of them. You'd have plenty of them. They've got the construct shields, so they'd be good again. You wouldn't want to use them against the lancer, though. You'd want to throw them into. You want to get them against something that's supposed to be shooting, but then you still need some way to take down those lancers, and that is where you would need. Volume of fire, and actually at that point, a bunch of archers shooting into its back isn't going to be a bad idea, because then you get the AP bonus and they don't get ion shields. Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see, but I think knights beat spiders. I really like the way the knights performed. I've hated on knights. I don't hate on them. I've said a lot of times that knights pay a premium for being a little bit of everything, right? They can shoot, they can stab, they've got durability, and they've got speed. The slowest knight is speed 6, and that's the Acostas, and he doesn't need to move that fast because he's got long range. But then you are paying, whether you want to or not, you're probably paying for something that can shoot really good and stab really good, right? Melta cannon, Melta thermal lance gun, whatever it's called, and a chainsword. It wants to do both. Battle cannon and a chainsword. It wants to do both. Gatling cannon and a chainsword. It wants to do both. All of those would benefit from having 2 of the same gun, but at best, you're going to have the thermal cannon and one of the other 2 guns, which means you want to be up close to shoot tanks, but you also can be far away to shoot tanks. You have to shoot the same tank. You want to be up close to shoot tanks, but you can also shoot infantry, but you have to shoot one or the other. You can't shoot both. So knights pay a premium for all of those, for all the options. And I think they've been too critical on them, because I think if you were just adding a knight to your list, it can't do anything, right? Like, you could have added something better that can do whatever. The knight can stab, or it can shoot, or it can just be durable. But because the rest of your army can shoot or stab, they don't care that you've added a utility knife. They don't care that you have a jack of all trades when someone else in the army can do everything. But if you're playing all knights and everybody is a jack of all trades, everybody is capable to shoot the enemy or to stab the enemy. Mind you, lancers can only stab and Acostas Porphyrion can only shoot, but that's where they want to be. But a bunch of Questoris, not an issue, because, I'll shoot him because he would be very dangerous to me if he stabbed me, or I'll stab him because he would be very dangerous to me if he shot me. It actually works. I think knights actually work properly. Maybe my opinion would be very different if John hadn't marched had to try to position his Fellblade, his Falchion and his Fellblade early on in the game. But I could have reacted to that. I could have moved around them. You've got range. I don't have to stand somewhere where he can shoot me. And I actually didn't stand somewhere where he can shoot me until I was already charging them. So I think knights do work. And with that said, spiders, I have not yet had a game with spiders where I really felt like they were able to do what they wanted to do because they're kind of the same way. Um, they're really not the same way. Their issue is that they just don't have any punch. They don't have any teeth to their punch. Um, Melee, they can do good in melee, but infantry can do good in melee, and infantry can be smaller, and thus infantry can have more in melee. So for cheaper, you could bring down a spider bot. Um, and then most of the guns are just short ranged or lacking AP or both. So yeah, you want to be careful with spiders versus knights. But I'm sure you'll have fun. Mix them in a little bit, and that's why I say 2 boxes of constructs versus to 1 box of overlords. That way, because the overlords are kind of expensive, that way you can add them to an army of space marines, and they aren't the main thing in the army. They're supporting the army. Warlord Reavers and Warhounds. But we are both picking up the Warbringer Nemesis one. Oh, did I miss something again? We have Titans. Okay, you got the Warlord, Reavers, Warhound. You're both picking up a Warbringer, Nemesis, and Warmaster. I'm expecting that we're going to see a new Warbringer at some point. A new Warbringer kit. It'll still be a Nemesis. Would Majira and Strix work with Spiderbots? I haven't used those yet, so I don't really remember what their stats are. I don't think they're bad. I would expect that. What am I looking for? I would expect that, as with my previous assessment being not the most accurate and a bit too harsh on them, I would think that Majira and Styx are also going to be good. You're planning to get a Warbringer Warmaster next to Knights. Just don't get many wounds for their points. They don't, but they have some durability tricks that other things don't have. The ion shields aren't bad. They're not amazing. And that's where people are confused on is people are like, oh, this doesn't do anything against a las cannon. It's not supposed to. It's not supposed to do anything against the las cannon. It's supposed to do something against the volcano cannon. Any changes you tried to make to the ion shields, you'd either end up with ion shields that are OP against that are significantly stronger against the strongest of weapons, and or a combination of also weaker against other weapons. If you made them just a flat 5-up invulnerable save, now they're the most resilient thing, and they're already pretty resilient against volcano cannons because they have a save, whereas a Warhound has no save against the Bellicosa volcano cannon. But now it does nothing against the last cannon, or at least it does nothing against the Lancer does nothing against the last cannon. Whereas for the Atrops, it would be against a Besh cannon or something. Warmaster's pretty good. I like mine. I'm trying to find the the 6 in the Majira. I can't find it. Why is it so hard to find this one? Is it under? It's under Mechanicum. Yeah. So the Vulcan Chevrolet. I don't know how to say that one. Cherryoville. Cherryorville. I don't know. The Volkite on the Night Sticks is, it's a Volkite. Actually, it's probably it's a short range Volkite, but because it has AP2, which is pretty good. Because it's on a move 8 knight, you're going to be able to put it over multiple targets, which is pretty good. Um, you know, that one's going to be, that gun is good against infantry. Uh, if you want to use this knight against tanks, you just charge them because you have rend and you have calf 8. So you're probably gonna win the fight there. And you also have a graviton gun, which is a 6-inch range. Graviton pulse, it's pretty good. It's it's only one shot, and you have to get really close. So I probably would go for that charge because you're probably going to be able to charge the enemy more reliably. And then I would shoot in subsequent turns. I would shoot the graviton gun because you're not going to kill a 2 wound tank in the first round of combat. So you use that graviton in the second, in the next turn if there's something there to shoot. Give it advance orders. Give it advance orders, and you know if you decide that you want, what you can do, you can move him forward to shoot somebody that was close by but didn't stay within 6 inches, and then somebody else comes and charges in to finish off this guy that you had pinned down. Um, but you charge them before you move this guy off, because you can keep it rotating, keep it rotating and letting them do that. The Knight Mageria is a lightning cannon. Lightning cannons are pretty good. Um, they don't hit very well though. I like them on my cryoses. And this one also has a hecaton siege claw. So again, if you can't shoot them, just charge them. And a phased plasma fusel, bit more range. Light AT with only one dice. It's kind. I kind of don't like that. So these guys don't add a lot of firepower for hitting infantry. Not infantry, for hitting tanks. Your best let's shoot a tank gun is the lightning cannon at 22 inches, and you're only hitting on 5s. So if you had 3 of these guys, you would get 2 hits. But if you're shooting them into, I wouldn't take those for to fight other knights. What else do they have? They've got. I'm looking at the wrong thing. They've got blessed auto simulacra, which I think means they repair. I can't remember. And they've got ionic flare shields, which is different. I don't remember what that one does. I think that one does something against barrage weapons. Can't remember. But they cost 140 as opposed to a Questoris costing also the same amount. No, I'm wrong. Ionic flare shield's the regular one. There's a second flare shield that's different. Ionic. No, never mind. What's the difference between ionic flare shield and ion shield? I don't remember. So the mechanic. I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay, that's why. Yeah, I think ionic flare shield does something against barrage weapons. So they have less simulacrum, less auto simulacra. That's where you're able to heal. That's what the Knight Porphyrion has. So they could be good. I need to play with them and see. But I think their guns are really going to be more useful against infantry, and then you charge in to deal with tanks, to deal with armor. because they have the ability to heal, that might give them the edge against regular Questoris. But if you leverage your regular Questoris correctly, you could have double rend to deal with them in close combat, or you have you know you have proper anti tank weaponry with rapid fire battle cannon and the with rapid fire battle cannon and the thermal cannon on a Crusader. You can really you can take them out better with that. And what you do is you just got to get behind that ion shield so that you don't have to you don't let them get that bonus against your AP. And if you're running a bunch of these, it's easy to do that. It's a lot easier to do that. Where was I? Back to here. You have Titan. Knights as a threat and throw them forward as cannon fodder, allowing you to maneuver the rest of your army. Yeah, pretty much. And what you do, Scott, is you take some assault marines to move alongside the knights, or have them in a thunderhawk, so that when you do get charged, when your knight does get swarmed by infantry, you counter swarm, and now you know you leave a couple of guys for your knight to punch, and then the rest of the guys are charged by your guys, so they don't get to they can't add enough dice up to kill your you're playing solar. Well, then bring Velatari or Ogren, or are good options, but anything really, any infantry, um you know turn one, just position yourself so that you can't be charged, and have them come out of transport or something up ahead, take the field ahead of you, or have them take the charge. And then they can't get enough dice because you only let three of their people hit your knight. The rest of their people have to attack your infantry, and you lose some infantry. The infantry is now the cannon fodder for the knight who's going to win the combat. Um, and then you bring tanks to do the rest of the to do everything else, and take down everything else. Well, that isn't stuck in that isn't anything that's going to be a threat to your plans, not just to your knights, but to your entire plan. The only experience you have with knights is you charge two with a 16 base las rifle detachment, then shot them with 4 blades. Only one infantry stand remained, and he took the objective. Nice. Yeah, I've done that too. Ionic flare shield is +1 versus barrage weapons, I think. Yeah, I think it's something like that. It's something to do with barrage, if I'm remembering correctly. And with you saying that it's something to do with barrage, I'm pretty sure you're correct. Military Ogrins and Draxons are dropships. Yeah. Draxons give you the bit. Dropships, I like to use dropships more to get behind the enemy lines and to really have board control. Dracusons, if you're following something, you know where it's going. You've got more maneuverability there, and it does come with a gun, and it is hard to hit. But the Arvis Lighters are very fast, and your opponent won't know where it's going to go. So there is that. There's benefit to that. All right. How am I going to do this? What I don't want to do is okay. Let's start by just cutting this up a little bit. What I don't want to do here is I don't want to have my I want to be able to come in and I want to be able to come I want to be able to put this here. Is this the right size? Where'd that other piece go? Hmm. Oh, oh, here it is. I want to be able to come in and put this. I want to attach it to the top. I want to attach it downwards so that I can hot glue gun the stuff on the inside. Do a pincer ring. Solar iconic formation. That's what they changed it to. Solar iconic formation with Draxons and Velatari is very cheap. You get extra 16 point HQ. Yes, that's a good one. That's a good one. I'd use that. They come in Draxons and they want to go. Could you not make the ramp removable in some way? I could. It's just I don't. I I could. I feel like leaving it as one piece though lets me have everything in together. If I make it as what I the other thing I could do is I could set this up so that I slide it in after the fact. I make it, I slide it in, I glue it to it, and then I finish everything. And I think that's what I need to do is I need to do it that way. So removable to a point. Yeah, supported by rubble underneath. I think it needs to be removable up until the point where I attach it. I think I need to attach it because I think if I don't attach it, I leave this big opening, and I then I just and at risk of losing stuff. So let's use this garbage that I was working on last time, and let's just come in and kind of stack it up a bit. Good chat though. Good chat. All right, there's 6 people in here, and there's 5 thumbs up. Who's the last person? What do I got to do to get a thumbs up from you? Make the ramp destroyable so you can't use the higher. That doesn't feel right. Oh, I lost a thumbs up from that. Somebody took away their thumbs up. Yeah, only traders don't get thumbs up. There we go. Now we're back up to 5. Somebody realized their mistake. It's the last one. Now there's 7 people in here. How you doing? Any new faces? I know. All right, Scott and Evil Cuz and David and Francois is in here still. That's only 4 people. Who's the last 3 people in here? All right, let's see. Let me do this. Yeah. Thanks, Scott. Figured that. I figured it was a mistake. All right. Yeah, this is hard to decide. How do other people do this? They make it look so easy. No one could. Let's do. I mean, is this going to be? Not quite. I'm not really liking my options here. What if I just? I mean, this is almost the right size, yeah. Well, at least you tried. There's still 2 people in here that haven't done it at all. guess I'll just do it like this. I'm just gonna hack up this stuff. Hey, Crayola.
Hello.
You can come to. I don't know why you don't want to come. Now you're.
I just needed to see if you could find about football.
I can't because it's on the phone. It's on the phone, which is being used for the camera.
I know, but I need to know if I still gotta go.
I haven't seen any messages. I'm not able.
You just have to have a brief interruption.
A brief interruption.
Intermediate.
What do you guys think? Should I interrupt the video for Crayola's football? That doesn't make any sense, Dan. Little guy. Little guy is in football, and Crayola needs to see. All right, give me 1 second here. All right, we're back. Oops, I did that wrong. No, that is not what those are for.
I know.
We're back. Football for the little guy was canceled due to extreme heat.
It is very hot.
Crayola, come and say hi. Yeah, say hi. Okay.
I'll just be up. Where? How far can they see me?
They can't see anything here.
Okay.
Yeah, come forward. Yeah, just pop your head up. What are you doing?
Just popping my head up.
So weird.
Thank you. Did you eat?
I want to say hi.
Oh, this one wants
you
to
can say hi.
but you can't come past a certain point.
You can't come past Mommy's face. Mommy's face is in the way. Right there.
I know. I'm allowed to be in it. You just can't.
Hit the thumbs up.
Hello.
Hello. All right. Can you guys hear? Can you hear Star?
Hello.
There you go.
Did you catch anything today? Oh, okay. No bullfrogs?
Carla, we are talking the spiders. Yeah, the spiders. The spiders that you purchased for me. And then use against me. Let's mark this.
Oh, this is coming out good.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. The mesh.
The mesh.
Mm-hmm.
The meh.
Meh.
And you know what? This can be a little tall. This can be a little what am I gonna do? All right. Let's just cut there, see what happens. What does Crayola think of of Meg mesh idea? It's mine. Which is his, not mine. What do you like the mesh?
Yes, I do.
Wonderful. It's not even finished.
Wunderbar. I like it. I don't know what your plan is, but I like it.
What is my plan? I don't even know what my plan. All right, I have an idea of the plan, but then like most of this is like make it up as you go along.
And sometimes the best creations come out of that.
Sometimes, other times. Oh boy. Ooh, what if I do that? What if I do it this way? Well, you guys can't see. What's going on with this? What is going on? What am I looking at here? Oh.
Maybe you put it differently because of the feature.
There we go. All right. Okay. So if I do it this way, it'll have this little bit sticking out, the bottom piece there. And you know what? Why not? Why not? Because it's going to be covered up. It will give it like a little lump. It'll give it a little natural lump.
Because I want to feel this.
Okay, so I'm just gonna stick that there. I'm gonna just attach these pieces here. And at some point, I need to do that. Yeah, yay, win-win there then. I've got 7 people watching and only 5 of them like it. So the other 2 people, they just don't like this video. But they sit here and they watch it anyway, and they're like, and you know what? I bet you logged in and watched it, and I bet you gave it a thumbs up too, right? No, don't go to the table. Oh no, my table. I've had this table for so long.
Yeah.
I've ruined this table for so long. So this will go here, like that. Oh,
They look like little skis.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
They do look like little skis. Yeah, Scott liked it. Scott liked it twice. He liked it, then he unliked it. And then I saw the number go down. I was like, and okay, see, somebody left. Somebody was like, you know what? Well, maybe I won't. Then I just won't watch your video.
Or maybe I'm ruining video.
I don't feel that could be possible. Listen, I've watched a few videos online, and if there's one thing I know, there's one thing I know about the internet, about YouTube videos. I know nothing. But there's one thing I do know, though, is successful people, they say, hit the thumbs up, comment, subscribe, all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just mimicking successful people. What is this thing? Oh, okay, I thought that was a tooth. All right. I need to cut this piece off. So I'm not weird for asking. It is the common thing to do for people is to watch a video, enjoy it. No, that's begging. This is double negative, so it's not begging.
You did that earlier to the kids.
Huh?
That earlier to the kids. They say you're not hungry.
Not hungry. Who's there? No, a common thing to do is to enjoy a video and then never do anything. You know, like you watched it, you enjoyed it, you don't hit the thumbs up.
What would something do? I can't see from this far.
What would Conrad do? Conrad Cruz is he's an unfortunate trader. Who uh-oh, I got glue on the bottom, which means I cannot put this on there. I can't put this anywhere because then it'll be the thing. Success has changed you, man. It used to be cool. I remember when you didn't have 1,000+ subscribers. Dude, I barely have 1,000+ subscribers. And a number of family and friends and people I work with and people I've run into who have subscribed probably bring me down below 1,000 subscribers. So it's not, I didn't really get it. So no. I didn't change anything. I could have ads popping up right now so that this video would be monetized and you would have to watch an ad right now. But I didn't do that. Have you watched an ad during this live stream? No, because I didn't monetize it so that there wouldn't be any interruption. Because I didn't want to repeat myself when they're like, I was just watching an ad. What'd I miss? But also I didn't want to do that. I got you and AJ. I don't know how I got them. They just popped in one day. I was like, hey, I'm AJ, I'm Scott. We're watching your video. PMSL? Prime Minister South
Lauderdale.
Lauderdale doesn't have a prime minister.
I don't know. It's just
or a South.
You couldn't come up with an L. So
yeah. Who wants to explain who Conrad is to Crayola? All the way from the UK. Yeah. No, David told Star one day that she has fans all over the world. Not like, not like Britney Spears level fans. There's 1,000 of them. But there's 1,000 people that watch her videos all over the world. Yeah. So I had to.
Oh, that's what it is. I forgot that that's what it could be.
Oh, it's not missing.
I know what
it's
it
not
is.
missing.
I know what it is.
What have you not told me now?
I've told you everything. I answer all your questions. When she was little, she would be like, "Daddy, what are houses made out of?"
I wouldn't.
You did.
did.
Oh my goodness, you did.
Oh,
I miss we would do that.
do you remember Kevin? No.
Wait,
It
what?
wasn't a boyfriend.
No, it was just an imaginary
It's-
friend.
it's
What do
a
you mean it's
tiger.
an imaginary boyfriend?
It was a tiger.
You better not have any imaginary boyfriends. Well, okay, well, he was a figment of your imagination, so.
I was wondering if you'd still remember that.
We don't do in America we don't do PMSL. We do LMFAO. I don't know if they still do that though.
Okay.
There was a whole band for it though.
Yes.
LMFAO.
Yes.
Good band. Only had like 2 or 3 songs. Murder Batman.
Finish your actual food first.
Why are we murdering Batman? Oh yeah. So Conrad Cruz is essentially Batman who murders people.
I feel like you told me this.
Probably. So, or you might be thinking of Bat Metal.
I don't.
So the Emperor created 20 Primarchs.
Oh, this is
2 of them we have no idea about. Yes, it's Warhammer.
Oh.
This is a Warhammer live stream.
Well,
We talk about
yeah.
Warhammer. So Conrad Cruz was one of the Primarchs. So the Primarchs were, after their creation, they were scattered to the winds by the forces of who knows what, possibly chaos. I don't know if that's confirmed in canon or if that's just like the best guess. There's speculation that it might have been their mom. They've been I know about centimeters and millimeters. I just didn't know which ones were on my damn thing.
And they never line up. Oh wait, no. That's
You hear that? Centimeters and millimeters
Shut up.
never line up.
I was talking
Um,
about the
inches.
other inches.
Oh, so we'll have rulers with
Line up.
inches on one side and millimeters on the other. So we can see where they line up. Yes, but they never will. Yes, I'm still watching. Why would I not be watching? So Conrad Cruz, I guess, I don't know. I can't remember. My memory's not that good.
Oh,
You'll have to take their word for it.
I will take them.
So you're gonna take the word of
well, because they're teaching you stuff, and
Okay.
you confused you.
So the 20 Primarchs were scattered across the universe to different planets. One of them landed on a volcano. One of them landed on a Roman civilization and became the emperor of Rome, or whatever Rome had. I don't know. One of them became a werewolf. One of them became Edgar Allan Poe. A lot of different places that they went to. No reaction. No facial reaction when I said one of them becomes Edgar Allan Poe.
No, because I don't know. I don't know if it's in your.
One becomes a werewolf. The other becomes Edgar Allan Poe. And you're just like, okay, I'm listening. None of that seems odd in the slightest. So what ends up happening is Conrad Cruz ends up landing on Layman Russ is the best Primarch. I like Dorn myself, but I don't like Dorn the way he's perceived in media and stuff as being like very like, and maybe that's how he is. I don't remember, but like they make him seem dumb. They make him seem very dumb. Which is actually how I play a lot of my D&D characters. He's very much how I play a lot of my D&D characters. I don't like it for him because I feel like even the dumbest Primarch is smarter than everybody in this room combined. They're also in this room, the chat room. Okay. Not just the 2 of us. Although, yes, they'd definitely be smarter than the 2 of us. Conrad Cruz then is dropped on a planet filled with crime. Nostramos, I think, is how it's pronounced. Which is like, you know, night, or sounds very much like you're trying to say night. So I think the planet's tidally locked with the sun, where it doesn't. I think it's like a planet that like is in perpetual night or something, but it's very much like, it's very much like Gotham City, right? Like skyscrapers, tower, like big metropolis, right?
Yeah.
The entire planet might be a metropolis. I don't know, but it's filled with crime. You've got crime lords, you got drug dealers, you got all of it, right? And Conrad Cruz, he is a Primarch. He is better than everyone except for another Primarch, essentially. So he grows up seeing this, and he has visions of the Emperor, and he's like, oh, you know, yeah, he's the Night Lord's Primarch. He has visions of the Emperor. He has like these visions of the future, and he has some understanding that crime is bad. So he goes Batman on these people. Except Batman has a rule. Batman doesn't kill. Conrad Cruz does not have that rule. Conrad Cruz doesn't even have the rule, I will kill these criminals. Conrad Cruz has the rule, I'm going to make these criminals into examples and skin them alive.
It's like a morally black main character.
I don't think morally black is dark enough to describe Conrad Cruz. Conrad Cruz is like Batman. Let's meet Deadpool, because Deadpool, like, his mind is kind of messed up, and Conrad Cruz kind of has a messed up mind too. Like not just not Mad Hatter. Not messed up in like he can see the future and stuff. So like that's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like foreshadowing and stuff. But like the Punisher. Really, he goes the Punisher. Really, he's not even Batman. He's the Punisher who's dressing up as Batman. Because Batman's whole thing is, if you kill a killer, the number of killers remains the same. And then the Punisher's thing is, well, that's why I kill a whole bunch of killers.
Well, if he did that, a lot of people wouldn't be escaping jail.
This is true. How many people has Batman let die because of his no-kill rule? Although, really, maybe we just need better.
So he's not even morally gray.
Like Batman?
Yeah.
Batman
I would say
is
he's more.
Yeah. Conrad's better than Batman. Well, he's also eviler than Batman. So he kind of goes to the dark side, but not because he. And I don't know if they've changed any of this. I don't think he really goes evil because he's evil. I think he joins evil because he looks at his planet and is like, oh, wait, you know what? This is not. What is this asking me to do? Oh. Yeah. He kind of goes evil because, like, his planet that he was doing all of his recruiting from. So he creates a world of peace. People stop committing crime because they know Batman Punisher, the Bat Punisher, cool, is gonna come and skin you alive if you if you steal a bagel. So people stop stealing. People stop dealing drugs and everything. The best Joker, Heath Ledger.
I never saw it, but
you never saw that one? Heath Ledger is the best.
But I always
Joker.
liked him.
I really like that portrayal. Unfortunately, yeah. But I think that was a really well done Batman. Not Batman, a really well done Joker. So he kind of goes to evil because all of his, when he leaves the planet, everyone starts committing crime again. So I think he kind of gets, I think part of him leaving, part of him going to evil is like, oh, you know what? That didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well. Because then he kind of just waits for his assassin to come and kill him. Ledger took it dark, but Nicholson was the closest to the original Joker. Yeah, I like him. Jack Nicholson, huh?
Jack Phoenix did.
I didn't like that one so much. I don't think any of these are bad Jokers. I just
I'll portray it different.
Yeah, different takes. You want to know who the best Joker is? You want to know who the best Joker is? And I didn't say this originally because it didn't. I felt like we were talking about something differently. But the best Joker is Mark Hamill.
Oh, the cartoon version.
The cartoon version, yep.
Which I think that's what scared who.
Yeah, Star got scared by the cartoon version of the Joker. She had a nightmare about him. You know what Suicide Squad 1's biggest issue is? They had Will Smith in it. So then when they made Suicide Squad 2 and Will Smith wanted too much money or whatever reason Will Smith didn't want to be in the second movie, you end up losing continuity. Suicide Squad 2 is amazing.
I like them.
Suicide Squad 1 was good. Horrifying concept of a villain. Like just
she was pretty.
Yanking everybody up. Oh, yeah.
I thought she was really pretty. John
Franco.
Who's that?
That John Franco? That's still not a person.
It's not a person.
The Joker?
You did.
You did.
Did you finish eating? Go. Until the other one hits.
In the video, Heath Ledger took a dark. Nixon was close to the original. Suicide 1 was rubbish in the video game. What video game? That's the name. Mark Hamill is the best Joker. Yep. Mark Hamill, best Joker, hands down. And unfortunately, due to his ethics, we'll never see another. He'll never play again because he only will play the Joker if it's with I can't remember who the actor was for Batman in his thing, but like out of respect for him, he's like, the only way I'll do it is if you get that guy to play the Batman. I was like, okay, but that guy's dead, so we can't do that. I'd do it. If it were me, I'd do the Joker. Oh, if I was Mark Hamill, I'd do the Joker again. He's also the voice in the original cartoon series, though. I'm pretty sure.
It's the newer series.
Not the new series, not the original. Or maybe it's not the original, but like the one that I grew up watching.
No, he's the one that the kids watch.
Mark Hamill?
Mm-hmm.
He's in the new Batman? Which one?
Which one? Whatever one we've been watching with them.
No.
Yes.
No. Maybe he's also in that one. No, he's in the original like Batman. Not the you're talking about the Bat. Oh, or is it the Batman? I think you're talking about the Batman. And I
think he's the Joker.
Jack Nicholson was the Joker in the original Batman movie from 1989. Yeah, I was 1 year old.
And that was just.
Okay, and then
see me coming in here derailed your.
That's fine. We need something to talk about. Can't just be in here silent the entire time. Monologue. Is this the right size? Oh, it's slightly bigger.
Let me just shake it down.
I'm not shaking it down now a little bit.
They want to know how old you are.
Well, I just told you I was 1 year old in 1989.
Just do the math for people. Some people don't like to. Some people don't have to do it.
Can't give everything away. It's too late to ask them how old do they think I am. He's gonna take that. Well, he's gonna take that thumbs up away.
Yeah, see if I'm going to Warhammer.
Yeah, she's coming.
What?
There's no hard set date or anything. It's just an idea.
Oh. Well, while we're there, we should go. There's Spartan races there.
Okay, so I don't think I really meant to do it this way. But I've not done that. It cannot just be ranting about traders all night. That's just weird. It cannot just be
Ranting about trade.
Where does the me go? Cannot just me ranting about it? Cannot just be me? I don't know where the me goes. Yeah. We can sort out another visit, David. Have you guys had a visit? Oh wait, no, yeah, you and AJ went, but yeah. I'll bring my building. Okay, so I think cutting these up into tiles was not necessarily what I should have done.
So where is this Warhammer?
Warhammer World? It's in the UK.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah, one day.
Well, if we're there, there's Spartan races there, so it'd be kind of fun.
Yes, we're going to travel across the world for you to do a Spartan race. No,
and
we're traveling across the world for me to play with tiny plastic toy soldiers.
And I can race.
Okay.
Oh, it's in Nottingham.
Nottingham.
Is there a sheriff?
There is a sheriff. You may have heard of him, the Sheriff of Nottingham. Yeah. All right. So I think we've explained who Conrad Cruz is. I expect a full essay on him in the morning.
Okay. I'll get right on.
But not right now.
Wait, who?
Conrad.
Oh.
Robin Hood. Oh. Robin Hood Country? Did they call it that? Why else would you visit another continent unless it's called your tiny toys? I'm sure there's reasons. I just can't think of it.
I can think of a couple.
No, you can't.
Okay.
Not many good ones. Many good reasons to visit other than Florida. Yeah. No, that's not the right size. I need to be the right size. I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah. Maybe. Okay. I kind of need more. I need more of these. So let's do another one. All right. Cradle is looking like she's going to beat me in the battle for pendants.
And I shall.
That's what you think. Put up a fight. It'd be so embarrassing if I lost. My own deployment.
Well,
you never know. My family might travel all over the planet. The U.S. as my wife wants to visit New Orleans. Oh, fun.
that'd be fun.
I don't think I've been to New Orleans. No. Am I? I've been so many places. I can't remember where they all are. Maui says that you know where you are by where you've been. I don't know where I've been. Where are we? I'll add this to the bottom so I can stack those. I'll add the other ones to the top. Yeah, that'd be fun. Huh? You want to do it?
Let's see.
North Carolina. Yeah, North Carolina. It's very hot right now.
120 12.
112. Too hot. Simply too hot.
Well, one child's been out there all day.
Which is weird because he's the one that's football practice was canceled because it's too hot, and yet he's been outside.
No, it's
all
not
day.
him. She's been out with
Oh,
her little friend.
what's he been doing?
He played out. He was throwing mushrooms at people.
In Celsius, God, what is it in Celsius? Why do you guys?
See?
Why do you guys do this? Why do you
I don't
guys
have my
have?
phone.
See, heater's kind of okay. Yeah, we measure it. We measure it to. Listen, 100 degrees is. Oh God, there's no explaining this to you. 100 degrees is just really hot. What did I say the temperature?
It's
was?
112.
Listen, 90 is pretty hot. It's 44.444. I'm pretty sure I have to say the extra
That
0.444,
sounds
otherwise
like
they
a-
don't understand. I'm pretty sure if I just said 44, like, what is that equal? Oh, it's only. I agree. Okay.
I mean, it might have gone down some, but still.
What is
humid.
100? What is 100 degrees is 37.7. What's 90?
You put 80.
Oh, I did put 80. 90 is 32 degrees. Sorry, guys. I can only measure things in freedom. Bad joke. Bad joke. I'm gonna lose subscribers for that. That'll take me below 1,000. Then I'll be cool again. It's about 1 degree Kelvin. No, wait, it's about 0 degrees Kelvin if we round it. Our heat in the UK is way different than the experience in the US. 48.8
Now you're gonna
degrees
have to.
Celsius.
No, what is that?
48.8 degrees Celsius is. No, there's no way it's 48.8 degrees Celsius in the UK right now. Yeah, we need the extra points, but 40 degrees is the melting point of Irish people. Yeah. What is it? What is it for you guys right now? Scott, what is it right now? It's not 48.8 in the US? Okay. Parts of the US. You got to remember, the US is massive. We are massive. Parts of the US is 48.8 degrees Celsius right now. Parts of the US are maybe in the 30s. I don't know what a difference that makes. Alaska's really cold, and they're that's part of the US. But even
It's also humid.
Maine is also going to be really cold by comparison, and that's much closer to me. Saying Alaska's cold is kind of like arbitrary because it's cold. It's like the North Pole's up there.
Mm-hmm.
Like even Alaska's like half the size of the mainland U.S.
15 degrees.
That's in Celsius. They're not speaking in freedom. No, it's 15 degrees.
Stop.
No, it's 15 degrees.
Be nice to them.
I'm being nice. It's a joke. It's a joke. They get it. They get it. They used to use Celsius. They used to use Fahrenheit all the time. And then the French took over. See?
And that's why nobody's speaking to you.
They're speaking to me. They're speaking to me right now. Okay, heat waves in America are also very different because while it's like here, let me use this as an example. You guys don't have AC. What do you guys consider a heat wave in your country? What is a hot day for you? I see 40 degrees, and there's no way that's. I'm wondering if it's got to be lower than that too, right? That's 104. There's no way that that's you're probably uncomfortable well before that. We don't mind a bit of banter. I once took an overnight train from New York, nice New York, to Chicago, and I was only halfway across. That's when I realized how big the USA is. Yeah, it's really big. Really, really big. 25 degrees for you. Okay. So perfect. So 25 degrees for you in Celsius. My air conditioning is set to 22.7 for you guys. So I'm only a little bit off from like what it is year round. That's where I keep it.
And it is very humid.
Yeah, because and it gets much hotter than that. I'm not doing this justice. I heard a comedian said something about this. It was on Instagram or something. There's a guy from Europe who lives in America who says stuff like, Americans don't know how old Europe is, but Europeans don't know how big America is. And then he was talking about like your heat waves, the heat waves in America, the heat waves in Europe are what Americans set their air conditioning to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they don't have air conditioning.
Oh, I would die.
They don't have. Well, no, you wouldn't because their heat waves are our air conditioning. So it would be. You'd be like.
I'd be dead here.
Yeah. Canada, much further north. It's cold. So
I like the cold.
Yeah. Magical air conditioning.
I like winter better.
Yeah. I think this will be it.
We do have air conditioning that's not installed.
Jeez. I've got 2 air conditioning units for my house because having 2 units was better than having one bigger unit, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why I have 2 units. It's not like a vanity thing. It's much more expensive. You do have air conditioning, but not having. Is it still in the box? I probably need to get need might be the wrong word, but yeah, sure.
Well, I gotta find out what happened. It's really quiet.
It is.
Almost
Too quiet.
Mm-hmm.
That's too big. Okay. You can say that. I don't think anybody's gonna notice.
Probably not. I think Minecraft.
Well, that's not gonna really matter much, then, is it? So they're like this. Okay. So when do you fancy? Oh, okay, it's not commonplace anyway. Yeah, it's not common for them.
Does this stuff not make you have a headache?
Who says it doesn't?
I don't know. I just figured.
Sometimes the other day I had to cancel my live stream because it was too my head was starting to hurt. Go. Perfect. How does October suit?
I'm gonna check home now.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, pretty lady. I love you. Bye bye.
Boys. Oh, okay.
That did not seem to glue. I wanted that to connect, and it did not. So I will have to come up with another way to connect those two. Okay, so I got these, and I think what I can do is kind of like hack them up into like puzzle pieces. I think if I kind of hack these things up into like different shapes and stuff, and then kind of have them like sitting down there and stuff. Oh, they said bye, trader. It's just going to be really hard and tedious to do that. But I can definitely do that. And then I'll just put it on top of, a thing of mesh. And then like maybe take some sections out of it. What are you coming back for? They said it, not me. What? What is that evil smile for?
I
God.
can't smile.
I'm assuming you're coming back up here because you heard me say that they said bye, trader.
All the pretty ones are.
Oh, they also said see you, Crayola. Make it work on the weekend. Okay, they're talking about we should take this to Discord to work out the details. Work out the details there, but definitely talk about it here because I don't know. Comments equals engagement. Yeah, it's the Crayola and Crayola show. It is. Yes, that is where that comes from too.
What is?
Your name. As my name was given to me, so too was yours given to you. I think I do that, and then I might as well just stick this on there. I want to test and see if this is going to be the right size. Music sounding very Pirates of the Caribbean-ish.
Mm-hmm. It says glue mesh underneath and bend it to shape.
Well, yeah, but I'm thinking that I need like gaps and stuff. I need it to look like it's cracked and stuff. You know, like it's spiderwebbed out and like the cement has broken. And then kind of take some chunks away so that it doesn't make a perfect puzzle piece. I think that's the look that we're going for. Yeah. Nope, that is glue on the table. In my fingers. In my fingers again. Come on. Perfect. All right. Let's start. That's section of the middle exposing the rebar and the cracks where the roof has been to form the ramp. It's not really the roof. It's technically the lower floor, right? Like the roof is technically going to be all up in here. And I'll have to put more mesh on it too to show it. But the idea is that this building, which I can't really show you, the idea is that this building is like two. This is one. If this is one story, which I don't think it is, right? I think this is multiple stories, just because of how big it is. Um, the people are extremely tiny. But maybe it's only one story from the perspective of how tall the ceiling is. I guess I don't know. Um, but if this is one story, then maybe it's 2 or 3 stories tall, and the top level has collapsed down into this. Like, you know, is this even? Is this even? The idea is that this entire inside is filled with rubble because this is so. Maybe this is the ceiling though because it's come down. I don't know. The idea is that this is the ceiling here, and the ceiling, not the ceiling. What am I saying? I don't remember what I was saying. The idea is that everything has collapsed inwards. This is filled. This is filled with rubble, and you can now climb on top of it, and it is stable because it is just filled with the building. This is a pile of what was a building. You ever play Call of Duty 3? Like the original Call of Duty 3 from like early 2000s, where there were levels where like it was a flattened city and you were climbing on piles of bricks and stuff. Ceiling floor of the next room. Yeah, something like that. So I mean, it's collapsed down. There's like something on there. It's something, right? But it's not going to be. I don't want it. It's not supposed to be hollow in here. It's supposed to be completely filled with rubble. But maybe that there was a pocket in there, and that rubble kind of filled in to be junk and debris and stuff. So let's do that. Let's crack this sideways, diagonally. Let's crack these diagonally, carve out a little bit of the inside, pull that out, and go from that. And I think the way that we're planning on doing that, I think some clippers are going to be just what we need. Yeah, yeah. So that's if you remember that level, I often think of it. And there's a picture of Warhammer. There's a picture of Legions Imperialis. I think it's in the Ruin of Saladin. Hold on, let's see. Let's take a quick little gander. If we do, where is that book? I got it up here somewhere. All right. Let me see if I can find this picture that I'm looking for. Maybe it's this. I might have found it. No, not quite. Hey, Zilla. Not quite. Not quite. That's kind of the same thing where it's just not city, but it looks like it. Let me show you guys. This picture here is very much not city, right? But it's grays and rocks, and it looks like it could have been a city, but like if you put in no effort to make it look like a city, though, like that's very much some rocky, blasted landscape. Not what I'm going for. That's probably that actually. I thought it was in this book. It's probably in something else. This is the Urgal impression for Istvan. So that's probably what they're going for with that. They were probably not going for a city with that. All right, it's not in this book. Let me see. I know I've seen it. I wonder if it's in the main rulebook. I'm going more of a Mars basing. Best research is look at destroyed pictures of buildings like in Iraq, etc. Yeah. That's a nice city. Nice little city, nice little destroyed city there on page 124. But all the city footprints are just empty spots. I don't think I like that. More Mechanicum sector. I know I've seen this picture. I know there's a specific picture I'm thinking of. I know they did it. Hmm. I should read this Galactic Conquest this star so she knows what she's fighting for. Hmm. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna try one more place. I do believe this is the last option for where what I'm thinking of might be. Come on. Come on. No, I guess not. I know it's out there. I don't even know where my other book is. Oh, it's right here. Actually, this might be exactly where it would be in the Great Slaughter. The idea is streets choked with flattened buildings. There's a lot less pictures in these books than I remember. A couple of maps. Quite a bit of maps. No. All right. Well, I give up. That just doesn't have it. Yeah. All right, I'm sure I've seen it somewhere. I'll try to find it. I'll try to find it some other time. More populated city with more terrain. Yeah, I like populated city with terrain, but like sometimes the city that you're or the buildings in your city don't need to be like Stalingrad movie. Yeah. So like Stalingrad in the movie, Enemy of the Gates. Yes, great movie by the way. Where the buildings are collapsed and you can tank on it and you can walk up it, and that's what I want this to look like, kind of. I don't want this to look like it's a building. I want it to look like it's a pile of what was a building. Evil Cuz, see you later. Good luck with the hill building. Yep, thank you. Did I miss anything else? Yeah. All right, see you later, man. How's everybody doing? I see there's a bunch of new people in here. Don't be shy. Say hello. If you got any questions about what we're doing, ask. I will try to explain away. I'm gonna just clip into this a bit, and I'm not really gonna worry too much about like how it looks as I do so. Because like I'm kind of just gonna it's kind of gonna just have its own little appearance at the end of it. Although I am gonna worry about the fact that I can't seem to get my clippers in there. When do I use the better clippers? These are thinner and able to get in there better. Are you gonna do the whole city in ruins or mix it up? I'm gonna make more ruins. I'm only gonna make 3. I'm making one big building like this, and then I'm gonna make 2 more buildings that are. I'm gonna make 2 more buildings smaller. Maybe like this big or something. Like a little ruin. And I think that'll be good. I think that'll be a good mixture of buildings. Have 2 of them that are kind of the same, and then you got one that's like the centerpiece of the destroyed. Because I'm not going to use this every time, right? Like not every battle is going to have that one building that collapsed in on itself and became a huge 5 by 5 thing. I'll paint it clean. Hey guys, can you not play with that up here? Loud siren. I'll make the buildings will kind of be the way they are, clean, I guess. And then I can always overgrow them. I can always add some overgrowth things for when I want to do overgrowth. And I can always add you start with a city, right? And you can add you got you got a nice built city here that's fresh. The war is new to this city. And then you can add in ruins, and now the more ruins you add, the more destroyed your city has become. Yeah. Can I get another drink? Yeah. Can I get another drink, please? Thank you. You can add in more ruins. You can make more ruined. You can add in more overgrowth. You can make it more overgrown. Start with the basics and work from there.
Here, Daddy. Here, Daddy.
Thank you, buddy.
Here.
Is this the one that was in the refrigerator? Can you give me the one from the refrigerator?
Oh, mommy got it.
Oh, here. I got it. Here.
Fridge. Thank you. There you go. This is Dr. Pepper.
I think you look like this would happen.
Coca-Cola? Yeah, no, Coca-Cola is my favorite. I don't do Pepsi.
Like, look.
I'm actually, the state I'm in, not too far away from me is like the birthplace of Pepsi. And they've got their little museum where they say like, oh yeah, and we had this, they came up with this recipe that was, it was cheaper to make than Pepsi and than Coke, and that's how they were able to compete with Coke when Coke was big and everything. When Coke was the only thing. And you look at the recipe and it's like, oh, that's how they made it cheaper. It's watered down Coke. It's probably something else too, but like, I mean, for the most part, it's always tasted like watered down Coke. I realized that Pepsi was watered down Coke when I was traveling in Europe, and we were stopping. I was a kid, and we were stopping at these restaurants. We'd stop at a restaurant, in these little villages, and we'd have this, we'd have something to eat, and I'd say, I'll take a Coke. And I think we were in Czech, but we might have been going to like every country that connects to Czech. And a lot of times they'd just bring me a soda, and I'd be like, ugh, they watered down their Coke here. It's disgusting. And it's disgusting. They're watering down their Coke. Oh, whatever. They're cheating us of soda. And oh, the ice cream truck's here. That's what all my kids were just screaming about. Well, we get to one restaurant in one village, and we asked like, hey, what do you want to drink? I'll have a Coke. And they say, oh, we don't do. I should have labeled this. I don't remember how this goes. I don't remember how this little puzzle piece goes. Well, that's clearly one corner, and then somewhere is this center. Oh, here. Is it like this? Is it like that? That can't be right. Must be this way. Or you know what? That's probably in the middle. I think it's like this. I messed up. Anyway, we get to one village, and we get to one restaurant, and I asked for a Coke, and they said, "Oh, we only have Pepsi. All the villages in this area only do Pepsi." And I was like, "Oh, that wasn't. They weren't watering down the Coke. They were just giving me Pepsi because they didn't. They just weren't asking me if I wanted Pepsi. If Pepsi was all right." I should probably cut into this too. Well, it wouldn't be perfect pieces, which is why I cut more of it out the side. I just wanted it to kind of like look like it was in the right spots. Because it would be like that. I don't know how that's supposed to fit. I somehow did something wrong. Maybe this goes here. That's probably what it is. No. Okay. It goes like this. Maybe it goes like that or something. I don't know. Alright. This time, I have an idea on how to make this not. Alright, are you gonna do the whole? Kool-Aid is the nuts. Really? You guys have some amazing flavored drinks. You guys don't have Kool-Aid? Randomize it. It wouldn't be perfect pieces anyway. I do want to kind of hack into that a bit and do that. All right. So are they floor tiles? Well, they're something. They'd either be floor or ceiling. Glue them in the meshes you cut them. Yeah, I could do that. I'm going to I'm going to set them to the side. I'm going to put them down because as I'm cutting them, I'm kind of like coming back and stuff to cut into them. Kind of coming back and cutting into them at different angles and stuff.
Daddy,
What's up, buddy?
get this.
What'd you get? Oh, Batman ice cream. The ice cream truck came? Nobody came and got me?
Daddy, the ice cream truck came by and I got ice cream.
Okay. Cool. What'd you get? Bubble gum? You guys need your bubble gum.
Yeah. It's not. It doesn't.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
It's
That's
not,
okay.
It's bubblegum flavor.
All right. Cool. When's he coming back? Mm. I used to get ice cream truck all the time at the pool. We get Kool-Aid, but it's imported and very expensive and hard to find. Oh, God. Goodness. That sounds awful. So put that there. It's like a mosaic. Things in American candy bars. Nice, nice. Somebody came to the post office and wanted to mail a thing of candy to Canada, and they got very upset with me when I told them that the machine was telling me that we can't mail candy. American candy can't go to Canada, and they were like, "Well, that's ridiculous. I send my friend candy all the time. This is something we always do." And I was like, listen, maybe it changed. I don't know, but the machine is telling me I can't send your friend candy. And well, come to realize, like after a few minutes, they looked it up and they were like trying to prove me wrong. They're like, oh wait, maybe she always sends me candy, and I just sent her this other stuff. And I was like, oh my goodness. So quick to get mad at the person that works the counter because it doesn't work the way you want it to. When it turns out your memory of it working a different way was never accurate to begin with. Okay, so that's 2 of them down. All right, so what I need to do then is I'm gonna need I think that's gonna end up coming in handy. I think what I'm gonna do is I am gonna make something I can slide in there to get into place and fix it up that way. All right, let's do this last one. Get these extra triangle bits and stuff we'll be able to use. We have to pay sugar tax on all imported American sweets and drinks. Dang. Public facing positions delighted you don't have to do that anymore. Yeah, no, it's awful. And customer service sucks because customers suck. I try to be nice. I try to be nice when I'm a customer now because I realize I get it. I see it. The stuff they have to deal with. Is it? What is going on? That's got to be that, yeah. My guess is you guys have your own sugar, and thus you get taxed on American sugar, so it doesn't compete with your own. Yeah, no, they're looking good. They're looking good. Oh, you can't see everything. I'm gonna slide this back a bit. So this is the last one here, and some of it's going to be covered with more rubble from the stuff that's above it that fell down onto it. Jaffa cakes are legally cakes and not biscuits, cookies due to tax. Oh,
No, they're going to the hospital. Cause, this is a chair. In this guy, stop. So, is the tent as the doctor? No. Then can you meet the doctor? I will do it. Why not? Okay.
let's do a little bit more up that way, where it would have
I don't know why we say means.
cracked there. There we go. A lot of UK companies have been told to reduce the amount of sugar they put in, so anything with high sugar content is sold at a higher rate. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, we put I wouldn't be addicted to sugar if they didn't put so much sugar in everything. I'd probably enjoy a Dr. Pepper with less sugar had I not already had so much sugar. You know, like they didn't need to do that. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we got too much sugar in our stuff. I could live with less sugar. This was entirely the fault of the people before who put it all in there. They did not need to do that. It was not necessary for success. What you got there?
A timer for the cookies.
Ah, cookies. Speaking of sugar.
I didn't know they were going to get ice cream. They did all that on their own. They use their own money for that.
Really?
Yeah.
How much money do they have? I don't give them money. Where did they get this
Birthday, Christmas. I think things able.
Even our bread has high sugar count.
They said about sugar.
Yeah. Yeah, they were talking. I don't know why. I don't know where stuff comes from, but. Meshes, you cut them same as American candy bars. Oh, they're talking about Kool-Aid stuff. Yeah, I don't know where we started talking about it, but we did. So.
Oh, because you're Dr. Pepper.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Somebody asked if it was root beer.
No. I personally like root beer better if I have to drink something. But I'm more of a sweet tea person.
You want to talk about a lot of sugar? Sweet tea.
That's how I'm so sweet.
Subways are technically classed as cake in Ireland.
Hey, I'm right. See?
Right about what? What was the question?
That either root beer and then SOT's really good. And then that's why I'm so sweet.
That was never said.
I said that I was very sweet.
Okay, so for the two of these, I'm probably going to go a little bit extra. Ow. Okay, so I'm just going to do... Do it right there. But you know what? Okay. There we go.
Yeah. So we're sitting here waiting. I don't like this new timer.
You were the one that bought it. Why'd you do that?
No, don't do that because the other one broke.
Okay.
But they don't make. I didn't see any of the like little manually ones. This one
Then
requires a
you
battery.
wait to.
This was still like
Oh my god.
cheap.
You chose to buy something that was not good.
Well, I had to use something for time, but
Okay, I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna do this.
See, the mesh was a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I mean, we could have found another way, but this
But
is
this
the way
is
that we chose
oh,
to
I was
go.
gonna say something like that. This is the way.
I feel like this break here and this break here don't match up, so I can't do that. So what I'm gonna do then is bring this down here and do it like that.
So just put super glue on the piece, then press the mesh onto it.
Super glue on the pieces and press the mesh onto it. Yeah. But I'm thinking I want it like this, and if I glue it like this, then it's gonna go. That piece ends up here, so I need to flip it all. Yeah. Or does it matter? Maybe it doesn't matter that much. Maybe it doesn't matter that much. Also, what happened here? Why does this not look right? And it's got to be right there. It does not look like that fits in the slightest. Did I do something wrong? Oh, I had an idea and I didn't do it. I pulled out the pen and everything for it. I was gonna draw squiggles so I would know. Right. Quick solution to this is
What's up? What's up, Buttercup?
bring it into shape.
I have to clean it.
I need help.
Hmm. Okay. What if I and the easiest way to do this is to flip it this way. Yep. And then I have to rotate this. There we go. Some. It'll, yeah. What I don't want is I don't want it to look like it's all expanded outwards, right? Like the night, David. Thanks for coming. It is quite late for you, and yeah, it is a weekday. No, thank you for the company. Awesome, Scout Titans. Yeah, have a good one. It's not supposed to look pretty matched up, but there, I do want it to. I want the cracks to kind of look like if I have a solid piece here, right? If I have that big solid piece, having a bunch of tiny crumbs over here, like if I had it look like if this is what that other side looked like, where it was just crumbs of stuff, right? Like some of that damage would have transferred to this. Not all of it, but some of that you would see leak through. So I don't want to mess that up and have it. I want it to kind of look like, there's that big crack that kind of runs all the way up that way. And I think, did I not flip this? I thought I did flip it. So now it kind of looks like that. But if I do that, then I'm not going to have much of the rebar showing through. So I almost have to which wouldn't really. So let me cut into this a bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just expose a little bit more rebar. Oh, I don't like this. So, yeah. Yes. Trim some plastic in the grass. Yep. That was my idea as well. Like there, I'm hoping I'll see some of it. And if I don't see some in between every crack, that's fine, right? Like, the rebar is doing its job and it's holding on to it. So it's not the end of the world that I can't see everything, but I do want to see some of it. So I'm just going to cut into this a little bit and just kind of get a few spots there where it will show up. Maybe we'll widen this one just a little bit. Or you know what? I kind of like it. It'll be a little bit of a crack, but it won't be. Okay. So now I'll have this. And what I'm thinking to do is I don't want to push down on this mesh to get it to stay. So I'm going to, because then I'll get glue all over my fingers. So what I'm going to do is, how do I use one of these? So I'm gonna make a little something. You know what? Let's just do this. No. Whoa, what do we got? Give me these. Let's do this. And then I can push down here with that. And then I'll be set. Yeah. That'll work. Yeah, it's there to strengthen the concrete so it hold pieces together. Yeah. So in that area we'll just see a crack. Or at least we should just see a crack. I don't know what it looks like on the other side. Might be a bit more of a gap, but it'll be something, right? So I need this super glue again. I'm gonna have like chunky little ghost turds. Holding that way too close to my eyes. Oh my goodness. Don't you dare. Oh, this is terrible. This is about to all be glued to my table. Yep, all gonna be glued to my table. I hope you guys can see me failing right now, so that somebody sees what I did and learns from this. Reposition. Nope. That's how we glued it to my table. Right there. Right there is where it's glued to my table now. Okay, good. Maybe it won't. Come on. Nope. That's gonna glue again to my table. Okay. I probably should have done it in stages. Didn't see that message at the time. Thought about it as I was doing it. Decided to just roll with it. Decided that we were too far gone at that point in time for it to be changed. So yeah. Hey, you know what? If I can recover from it, all the better. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll buff, as they say. I've already ruined the table anyway. I've dry brushing over it once upon a time, just absolutely destroyed it. So, you know, no big deal. They're all happy mistakes. Yeah, it's not like I was, you know, if I can get some little accidents in here to make it look more natural or something, more designer. I don't know. The only problem is there are parts of this that are now glued to the table. Stop coming up. Why are you bending that way? Like, it really insists upon bending in the direction I don't want it to bend. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing in here? Who's still here? Show of hands. Let's get some conversations going. Let's talk about the channel real quick, since I don't know who's in here. Let's talk about the channel. So here's what I'm thinking, right? I'm thinking I don't put a few drops over the mesh. I did. Oh, over the mesh. I'm thinking for these live streams, so now that I am a monetizable video, apparently you guys were watching commercials on my normal videos anyway. If I'm to trust the sources that I have. So I've monetized those videos, and now you'll still watch the commercial. But there's no commercials in the middle. So as you're watching my battle report, Scott, you shouldn't be seeing any. And tell me if I'm wrong here. I don't watch my own battle reports because I was in the battle report. But you shouldn't see any commercials in the middle of the video, right? Like, so as you're watching it, it should just be, you know, a commercial at the beginning or the end, but there's no commercial in the middle, right? And I want to keep it. I want to keep it that way. I don't want you to watch a video and like, all right, this roll to save. You know, I need a 6-up to save the Titan's life, and then it cuts to a commercial about Febreze or something. You know, I don't want that. So if I'm correct, that shouldn't be happening. But you do watch a commercial at the beginning and the end, and apparently you were already watching commercials at the beginning and the end, so it's fine, right? If I do commercials for the live streams, I don't have an option for it to be at the beginning or the end. It comes up in the middle. But if I set it, if we do the live stream and then I put commercials on, you'll watch a commercial at the beginning and the end, but you won't watch commercials in the middle, and then it's still monetized. So that's how I'm going to do it from now on. That's how I'm thinking I do it from now on. I don't want you guys watching commercials in the middle of the live stream as I'm live streaming, you know? So if does that sound like a good idea? Does that sound good? Shoot. See where it's stuck to the table, it's gonna break off. That's fine. And now I'll just move it away from being stuck on the table. Oh, you can barely notice it. YouTube is best for you and the channel. I don't know what's best for me and the channel, man. That's what I'm saying. You're the audience. What's best for the channel is that I have an audience. So this will go. I haven't glued my fingers together in many years, but today might be the day. And it'll kind of look like that. Oh, that'll look good. That looks better than I was thinking it was going to look. Well, I'm still gluing my fingers together, so let's not do that. Yeah, I do. I think we'll do it like that. See how that works. And then see the music I'm listening to is not ad free. If you cut the mesh square off, you should have a bit more play. Yeah, I cut that off because right up here, that square is here, right? So I need to put a little bit more there, but I need to put a few pieces there, but I don't want it to be like a whole piece. So what I'll probably do, and I don't want too much play with it, right? Like it's gonna go in here, and I need to trim it up a little bit on the sides. It's gonna go here and kind of come up like this, right? And I'm gonna mostly cover this, so I'm gonna leave that there because I'm gonna cover it. That'll be like rubble fell through, and I need to cover that. I need to cut that, trim that up, and everything, right? But what I really need to do, so I need to be able to get into it a little bit. So I'm gonna come to here-ish. I think like that looks good. Kind of like that. And then I don't want to fold it too much between the cracks. Like I want models to be able to sit in there, you know? And so it looks uneven and stuff. It looks broken and uneven. And there will be rubble on top of it and everything. You know, I don't know if I've shown you this. If I can find it. I got this stuff. So from Gale Force 9. So you put some of this stuff down and you put glue down, you sprinkle this stuff around, and you make it look like, there's more broken bits of other stuff too. So and I'll do that around it, and that will make it look you cut around the edges of the cracks, you can manipulate the ramp to best shape it. I think, yeah. I don't want it to be. I need it to be. I need it to be, mostly more flat than any. I don't want it to be too. I don't want it to be too sloped or anything, because I want it to be. I want it to be able to have the models sit on it and stuff. And then what I might do is glue my finger together. Ugh, that's unfortunate. Yep, there's still glue there. I'm still gluing my finger to myself. Put this right here. There we go. Well, see, that now looks like that. Looks like it's coming apart. I haven't glued my fingers to each other in many years, and now I've done it so much today. Yeah, they won't slide too much, so I think it's good. I think a slight ramp. There's a little bit of uneven ground there. It's not perfectly flat or anything. Like you can't see it here. Let me come up a bit. Try to angle this. So you see, there's like a divot where this piece here, these pieces are sloped down that way, and these pieces are sloped down this way, right? Like they kind of, there's not this flat piece. This piece is coming this way. This piece is kind of flat, but this piece is then going the opposite direction. And then these are coming down, and then this one's coming down more than these ones. They're not uniform. They're not perfectly matched. And then this one's, the angles for all of these are slightly different, and that's good. Like, they wouldn't all be sitting there perfectly level. Look here. They wouldn't all be, at a perfect 45-degree angle. You got some like this and some, going up and stuff. Like they're doing weird stuff. So yeah, so cool. What is this? Is somebody hitting the hearts? Is that me? Am I supposed to hit the hearts? Cool. Okay. I don't know what that's doing. Yeah. So that's how that's going to look now. It's going to be about there. What I need to do now is tie this in. So I got that base there. I got this piece here that's going to be the base for this section, and then I'll build that up some more on the outside. So I'm going to build from the top down on the inside, but on the outside I need to build from the bottom up. But first I have to do the inside. Did I say the inside twice? On the outside I'll do bottom up. Inside I'm doing top down, and I have to do all the inside first. Flip it, hot glue gun everything together so that it is nice and set and solid. Add a small amount of cork and sand on the ramp to reduce the slippage on base model. Yeah, and that's what this is. This is cork. So there'll be a little bit of this stuff. There'll be a little bit of it, just for texture and stuff. So that'll help. So what I'm gonna do now is, and I have to be careful here because I don't think this is dried yet. I'm gonna set this like this. I'm gonna set that there. Okay. Rubber under it as if the wall crumbled inwards and the ceiling fell on top. Yeah. Yeah, there's gonna be rubble under it too. A little bit of rubble on the top as if one section came in and then more stuff came in. So the ceiling falls and then the wall comes down. You got some of the wall comes down and the ceiling comes down, and then more of the wall comes down as well. Bits of something just scattered off onto my carpet. So what I'm gonna do is, and I need to figure out the height for this. What was I going for here? It's going for like that ish. So right about there. Let's do slide back. Slide back. That's gonna be. Like that. I need something to cut that with or measure it with, but I can't measure it now because it's gone. Let's see. It was right there. Okay, cool. There we go. Oh, thank you, whoever just joined to give me a new thumbs up. I appreciate that. How are we all doing today? I think there's been some changing of the guard. I think the people that were here in the beginning of the video, I think a few of them have left. Scott's sticking around, and then I think a few new people are showing up. I could be wrong. So I recommend you this. Oh, that's perfect. I just do it like this. That just shot all the way across. I thought that was connected to this. I thought that piece here was connected here. That just shot about 12 feet that way. 3 meters for all of you across the pond. Think of how it happened. What caused the wall to crumble and the support? What caused the wall to crumble and the support the wall was giving the ceiling was lost? Structural integrity was lost, resulting in the ceiling collapse. Okay, so I'm thinking, as well as a couple of missiles, a couple of things happened in this building. First, some apocalypse missiles went into the building, blew out sections of the inside of the building. Some of the support was lost, but not as much of the exterior was lost. But then we get a beam weapon of some sort that came in and gutted the thing, and that is where we see the ramps coming down, the pieces that would become the ramps coming down, and the that really took out the central support and caused the collapse inward. So as we have the collapse come down, as we have the ceiling coming down into to land on the top of the stuff, but then we have walls coming down inward and crashing on top. So what I'll actually be doing is I'll need to be putting some walls on the thing, some of the upper level walls into that rubble on the top. Yeah. Now, if you do that method for all the buildings, you should be fine. Yeah. And that's the problem I have with this mesh is I'm going to have to do it again. And I don't know if I have enough of this glue. I got to do this 2 more times for 2 more parts. But yeah, we went a little bit more. This is a bit more detailed than I was expecting. I was not anticipating doing this with the ceiling tiles here like this. But that'll be fun. That will be fun. And I am going to work on I do have a little video I'm going to put together on how we did all this. That I will have to, at some point, edit together and put together. That's cool. That supports itself. Always think of what caused the damage. Giving each building a story. Yeah. I'll have to figure out what the damage was for the other 2 buildings. It's got to be something bigger and more epic than just demolisher cannons, because these aren't buildings that are ruins. These are buildings that are meant to be like complete and total collapse of a large structure that fell inward and then created what is usable as a hill in game purpose in the game. How do you like the sort of that one? The Apocalypse missiles. You know, it was a Titan that did this. These are probably all going to be things that Titans took down. Titan shot this thing with a APOC missiles. Yeah, I'm thinking it's the Warlord Sinister. Oh wait, but he doesn't have APOC missiles. Mine doesn't have APOC missiles. Where he his side beam came through, just sliced the thing down. Okay, I think this will fit. Oops. Try like this. No, come on. Prove to me that this was the right choice. Nope. Ah! Keeps falling. Do you think battle damage buildings are weaker and vibrations of stomping titans, etc., would also cause damage? I mean, the vibrations definitely cause something, right? I think it depends. I mean, Titans are also meant to like walk amongst these buildings. So like it's not intended that like Titans be bringing down buildings with each footstep. So I don't know about that. Maybe come up a little bit. What if we come up a bit? And then it'll look like that. And then it's not really quite as much of a ramp. I think this one was too tall. So, which is unfortunate because it's got that little brace for it. It's got that little brace to keep it up. I had such high hopes for you. That ain't gonna work either. My fingers are covered in glue now. Maybe this is in the way. Maybe this will still work. If I get rid of the piece here, and this piece here. Some of the Titans are huge lumbering machines and extremely heavy, so a falling Titan would also have damage. Aircraft being shot down and crashing, etc. Yeah, I do want to get some extra aircraft just to use as some wreckage. I don't know if that would cause the complete and total collapse that I'm thinking of here, though. I think a building like this would have been designed that, you know, at least not a walking Titan, that Titans would be, you know, moving around them. So, like, Godzilla probably causes some damage just by being near stuff, right? But these guys, you know, and these guys probably, you know, maybe they got the same weight tonnage as Godzilla or not. I don't know. I'm not a Godzilla expert. But these guys are meant to be, you know, they come out of cities. They come out of buildings and stuff. You know, like these buildings are designed with the intent that a Titan is going to potentially walk by, be it a parade or to mobilize, you know, like for some reason or another, a Titan is coming nearby. Look at it like an earthquake, etc., as it's stomping around. Right, so it's two. Let me come up here. I might do that. I think I need to come up higher over on this side. Careful. Careful. And then I drop that piece. Once the building has damage, a lot weaker. Yeah, once it's damaged, then it starts to become more at risk. Yes. There's probably some amount of damage it can take. And like, what are we talking about damage here, right? Like, side of the building, probably not doing it. You know, doing a wound of damage to the building first, in game terms, that's probably putting it at risk. Yeah. You know, there's a wide range of like what are we talking about with damage? You know, and with a lot of times with stuff like this, with structural damage and stuff, you're fine until you're not, and it's a very, very sudden shift from everything is fine. You know, you've taken damage, but none of that damage mattered until suddenly you take just a little bit more damage, and you go from everything's fine, this passes inspection, to this is completely and totally done, collapsed. And that's kind of like the thing with the Titan submersible, where they were going down. How many years ago was that? Now this was many years ago, where they were going down to see the Titanic, and the structural integrity of it was just fine. Then there's some creaking noises, and then it implodes. It's completely done. Like, there is no like, oh, we're taking damage. Oh, there's cracks forming. Like, we need to rise up. No, you're just gone. It's instant. Yeah, I'm trying. I've been thinking of that as like my That's been some of my inspiration for this building. You know, like I'm thinking that it's big, and I want it to be like this big thing. I don't want the. I feel like the Twin Towers would have much larger, and they're a much larger building. They would have this very wide footprint of damage. And I'm kind of like, really, I need for my building, I need to cut out this and this, and, you know, a little bit there, a little bit here, and a little bit here, and a little bit on the other side to fit the parameters here. Um, I did I did a little test. Let me see if I can move this without holding my scar. Oh, there's one there. I did a test of like where this fits. I want the structure to fit in the footprint of 4 of these side by side by side, right? By side. So I can't have it spill out everywhere, because I don't want it to go. I want it to be able to fit anywhere on the board. And some places on the board are going to be this next to this, next to itself over and over again, right? And that equals a measurement of, what did I do with my ruler? Here it is. That equals a measurement of, and we can go over, it doesn't have to be on this, it can go onto the sidewalk, right? The building itself can't go onto the sidewalk, but the rubble can go onto the sidewalk. So we're looking at like 4 1/4 inch. So that makes 8 1/2 inches is my 8.5 by 8.5 is my diameter, is my the area I can work with here. So the building itself is, well, if we include that bit there, the building itself is a little under 6.5, something like that. So that gives me like 2 inches to work with, like an inch on each side, I think. A little bit more, a little bit less. Can't remember. And I'll get fresh measurements later for that. But it occurred to me, it's more of how it collapsed. Most of the damage occurred in the upper sections. The whole building collapsed. Sorry for the example. It was my own example I could think of. No, it was an example I was thinking of too. I wasn't thinking of it for an example, but it's been something that's on my mind. Like when I'm thinking of this, I'm like, okay, how did that happen? And you would see some bits, some sections of wall and stuff were up taller. Like it didn't collapse completely flat into this footprint. So I will have some parts like that, and that's what that's what I got this little guy out for. That little guy's gonna go there. I'm gonna clip its sides. I'm gonna clip off this bit here and here because I don't need it to be as though it is. I don't need that. I don't need those little bits there, and that way I can have it flush up against this wall. It'll be like a staircase going up. I think I'll have it on this side. Is my plan. So that will go there, and then more stuff will be everywhere. And I'm probably going to use some of these L beams and stuff too, and have them on top. Like things fell down, but like I got ideas. I got ideas for stuff. I got some concepts going on. Yeah. That's the key of creating. Believable damage is what I was trying to say. Yeah. I mean, I think it's believable. And then maybe it got hit by a whole bunch of artillery to flatten it out. I don't know. Not all of the damage would be caused through weapons. Oh yeah. Some of it's through the shock waves and vibrations of other stuff, which might be weapons. A quake cannon hitting over here would cause explosions in there. Yeah. Okay. So I think I got this part figured out. I think we are. Oh, I just haven't done it yet. Okay. So let's do that then. I need to glue this down first. Did that ever? Oh my goodness. That is not what I needed at all. Big old glop of glue right there. Get that away. Stop melting my plastic. All right. I need a little piece of paper towel right here. I gotcha. Yeah. I thought we were talking hypothetically. Like, do you think that this would happen? I was just thinking, like, I was thinking a little bit too, like, at its core of, like, well, a normal ability, probably not. I mean, once it's damaged, though, it's damaged. All right. I think I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to clip some of this stuff now. That stuff really is soft. It's a bit too soft. A bit softer than I want it to be. Need little pliers. I'm sure. I don't like it when they do that. Spam call. Probably come up a little bit with this. Okay. So. Oh, that's right. Oh. At some point, I'll need to fix that. Okay. This way. Hmm. All right. Add this little piece here. And a little bit of character right there. So, playing video games, Scott? Or anybody else? They did, they got the, Helldivers 2, they got the new Into the Void campaign going on. And I think there's I think this is where the Warhammer Warbond has come into play. And it's Cadian. So I gave that a try, and my god. They got some Dead Space looking monsters in there. It is nasty. I'm going to try to cut this, but I'll be very careful with it. All these bits of metal are gonna, all these bits of rebar, as it is, are gonna come into play again later. Oh, cool. I played a little bit of Skyrim, and then I was just like, meh. It just didn't hook me. All right, I think that looks really good. I think that looks really good. So what I need to do is I need to oops, don't catch. All right, so let's do it like this. Let me double check my dimensions here. So I think what I'm doing is I'm coming up like this. Come up in here. You know what? That can't come out that far. Okay. So I think that's going to go there. And then this piece goes... Okay. This would just be easier if I just cut that a little bit there. Okay. So then this is going to come up like this. Oop. There. And this comes down here. Okay. So that dot there, you guys can't see this. That dot there, that's where I need to have my This little guy here needs to go like that. There goes. I don't know how I then connect this though. Like that. I guess I gotta build a bit more framework for it. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. All right. Okay, let's do this. Thank you. Gotta admit that it's gonna look amazing once it's complete. You're not just saying that because you gave me the advice on the mesh, are you? Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. No, I think it's gonna come out great. It's trying to come up with like how I'm doing everything, how I'm like building the framework on everything. That is the hardest part. You know what? I said I've never worked on anything like this before, and that is not exactly true. I built the very large multi-bastion back here. I did that. That's a huge kit bash. The thing is, it's a larger scale, so it was it's a bit different to work with. You know, larger scale things a little bit different to work with because I'm not dealing with tiny little pieces like this. A lot of that was I think I kind of came up with it along the way as I went. There's a whole bunch of foam in there. Like I had a sheet of foam and I put that down as the bottom and up to create like a platform, but I didn't do it very well because it's not even at all on the inside. And I kind of had to like force things into position. And if I was doing it again, I think I've forgotten what it was, but there was something about it where I was like, oh, if I was to start from scratch, I could do this differently and make this different. But it also, there's a lot that I would do differently with it. I've got, I don't know if you can see them, but there's panels like this where it's got a window on each side. And then there's panels like this where there's not a window on each side. And what I did was I did window, 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 no window, no window, no window. And what I should have done is all the windows should have been the same level. And it should have been window, window instead of what I did. But, whatever. Yeah. All right. So this is going to dry for a little bit. I'm going to leave it like that. And then I'm going to regret that it is right in the middle of my workspace. So I'm going to move it just a bit. I hope that I didn't just ruin it. Okay. And what I'll do is oh man, that's kind of like right in my way now. Let me tidy up a little bit. Let's tidy up a bit. Always remember to tidy up. All right. The guys that are watching that aren't saying anything, I appreciate you guys watching. I appreciate you being here anyway. It's very helpful. It means a lot to me. Don't worry about anything I said earlier about like, you guys just keep doing what you're doing. I don't know who you are, and I never will. But I appreciate that you're here all the same. Scott, you weren't around for it, but I think my first. All right, well, I'll tell you next time. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. It's actually getting pretty late too here. I think we've been live streaming for 4.5 hours. I don't know if it, no, I don't have it. Somebody tried to call me. All right, but I will see you guys next time. This will be, I'll keep working on it. We'll see how it goes. I will be making a little video that shows, all the steps that I did. I'll try to remember to give credit for your ideas. But thanks for watching, and I will see you all next time. This has been Eagle Spire Gaming. Thanks for flying by.